Morning, how are you?
I don't think that.
You lay that back, which you can do a little lot.
I think you're good. Good morning, how are you?
Morning.
Where's the guy?
There you are.
I had no idea what you guys were. I'm good, how are you?
What are you here for, Dad? It's the evening.
We're doing it.
You need more to do with it.
No, I do not want more to do. We are. And every placement. Yeah.
Christine is second couple? Christine.
Everything is on and
Hi, this is Rachel.
Hi, Rachel. Nice to meet you. Awesome.
She's here.
Hi, Keith. It's funny coming in here and mute all of them. Sunday, that.
morning. Welcome to the February 22nd, 2022 Virginia Marine Resources Commission hearing. I'd like to call the meeting to order this morning. My name is Justin Worrell. I'm the acting commissioner for the agency. We're going to begin this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Mr. France, followed by an invocation from Mr. Tankard. Please rise.
Shall we all face the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lord, let us pray. We give thanks for this day, this meeting, and this commission. We ask that our decisions be based on facts, science, and logical discussion. As crab season begins this next month, we ask for the safety of the fleet and our marine police officers. For this, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please be seated. Thank you, Mr. Tankard. Good morning again. If you are here for a particular agenda item, you will have the opportunity to speak. And if you're here for an item that's not on the agenda, we do have a public comment period that will follow the fisheries items. We do have a quorum today, albeit smaller numbers. And we will now go on to approve the agenda, but let me first check and see if there are any changes or questions or amendments to the agenda. Mr. Owen, Mr. Gear, Mr. Stagg? Okay, so no changes to the agenda. Any questions about the agenda?
We approve the agenda as presented.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Zedron to approve.
Second.
Second by Mr. France. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion unanimously passes. The agenda is approved. I think you also you also have the minutes from the previous meeting in January. Are there any questions or concerns or changes to the minutes from last month?
I move we approve the minutes as presented.
All right, hearing none, Mr. Zedron's moved to approve. Is there a second?
So moved.
Second by Mr. Tankard. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye as well. Unanimously approved the minutes from last month's meeting. Okay, next we'll swear in all staff and staff of the Virginia Institute of Marine Science that may be speaking or providing testimony today. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please be seated. Okay, I think we've come to our page 2 items from Habitat Management. Mr. Owen.
Commissioner, members of the commission, good morning. Page 2 items. Norfolk Department of Public Works requesting authorization to demolish existing culvert and replace with 150 linear feet of 2 6-foot wide by 4-foot high concrete box culverts with concrete wing walls and riprap at the end of the Granby Street crossing of Ouse Creek in the city of Norfolk. Item 2B, Advanced Resins and Chemicals requesting authorization to remove existing fender piles and install 44 new concrete piles, 11 defoam fenders as part of their upgrades to the fender system adjacent to their existing industrial pier at Randolph Road on the James Road in the city of Hopewell. We recommend approval with special conditions requiring the implementation of noise vibration mitigation techniques, including cushion blocks, bubble curtains, and soft start practices during the pile driving activities. We're also recommending a time of year restriction of February 1st through April 1st of any year protecting Adjunct fishes unless they seek written approval from BIMS. That's all I have.
Okay, any questions for Randy or his staff? This is a public hearing for these 2 items. Are there any questions or comments from the audience, either pro or con, for the page 2 items? Any comments? Okay, hearing none, we will now entertain a motion.
I move to approve page 2 items.
Motion by Mr. Tankard. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Ballard. All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. Page 2 items approved unanimously. Now we come to public hearing item for fisheries pertaining to fishing guides. Good morning, Summers.
Morning. That was loud. Strange to say good morning. We're not normally in the morning. Okay, whoa. Oh, that's nice. Sorry, it looks different on my screen. Okay, so this is a public hearing. Proposal to amend Chapter 4 VAC 20-1180 pertaining to fishing guides to 1, define existent freshwater, saltwater delineation lines, 2, clarify language for license qualification requirements, and 3, establish penalties. Staff is also proposing to repeal Chapter 4 VAC 20-1150 pertaining to charter boat and head boat fisheries. So since we don't open this regulation often, I wanted to give you guys a little bit of background first. So to be a legal charter business in Virginia, the captain must hold a guide license and the charter boat must hold a charter permit. So we have two kinds of guide licenses, a Class A and a Class B. A Class A is a limited entry permit that allows the captain, excuse me, to apply for reciprocity in Maryland as well as work in Virginia. And then the Class B is an open permit that only allows the captain to work in Virginia. And then we have 2 charter boat permits as well. This kind of more associates with the amount of paying customers aboard. So we have 6 or fewer and then more than 6 people. We also have a fishing guide reciprocity permit. So this is a free permit that we extend to Maryland captains that already have Maryland licenses so they can operate in Virginia. They do have to obviously show us their Maryland licenses in order to do that though. And then this table is just a snapshot of the charter boat industry from 2021. So as you can see, we do extend these licenses to both residents and non-residents. So the reason we're bringing this forward to you today is that we have received some calls the past couple of years about captains operating in the tidal saltwater rivers of Virginia and having concerns of if VMRC or the Department of Wildlife Resources has jurisdiction over them. And we have no clear definition of this in regulation. So we are proposing to use the recreational freshwater saltwater license line as the for-hire boundary, but with the inclusion of the tributaries. So if you have a recreational freshwater or saltwater license, you should be used to these lines. They're in, we'll go over where they are, but in the several rivers. But the difference here is that you're allowed to have either one of those in the tributaries, but here staff is proposing that in the tributaries you would have to have our licenses for a charter boat. So this is how our law enforcement is already enforcing this. So it's not really a big change. We're just solidifying it in regulation. And we did confirm this with the DWR Chief of Fisheries, DWR Law Enforcement, our law enforcement, and other fisheries staff. In addition, we are proposing to repeal Chapter 4 VAC 20-1150. This was a control rule created in 2008, and it was updated by the establishment of Chapter 4 VAC 20-1180, which is pertaining to fishing guides. It's not necessary. The fishery doesn't run under this rule anymore, so it's outdated and we don't need it. Second, we are proposing some clarifying language for license qualification. This is stuff that's all done administratively already, but we wanted to have a direct source of information for people interested in coming into the charter fishery to be able to find it in a regulation. And then finally, we are proposing to establish a penalty. This is suggested language by law enforcement, and it's consistent with similar regulations that we have already. So this is the first regulation, Chapter 4 VAC 20-1150. We are proposing to repeal both of these sections. It's just these 2 sections, the purpose and the control date. This is on pages 5 and 6 of your evaluation packet. And then moving on to the larger regulation, Chapter 4 VAC 20-1180. First, we are proposing to update the title, so pertaining to fishing guides, charter boat, and head boat fisheries. We have some language changes to add in references to the charter boat and head boat permit as well as the fishing guide license. And then also a reference to the enforcement boundaries, which again are not new. They're just not in regulation. Section 10, purpose. So again, adding some language for the charter boat and head boat fishery, and then a reference to the enforcement boundaries on page 7 of your packet. Section 20, definitions. So we're adding the charter boat permit, head boat permit definition, which is the permit for the charter boat, head boat that allows the charter boat and head boat passengers to fish. And then we are proposing some language updates to Class A and Class B guide license to, instead of explain how to get the license, just explain what it means, so we can explain how you get it in the regulation. That's on page 8. And then section 30, changing the title, fishing guide license and charter boat and head boat permit. Subsection A, just changing around some words and then adding the reference to the new section 70, which we will get to, which is the lines. Subsection B, this is just adding in that you need both a guide license and a head boat permit. We have always required this administratively, and law enforcement has always required that, but it just has never been in regulation. And then again, another reference to the boundary lines. New section C, this is the fishing guide reciprocity permit. We have always required a vessel documentation or registration, but that has not been in regulation, so we're adding that in for clarity. And then taking out the reference to the cost, or the lack of cost, I should say, in sections, it's old section C, because that's not something that we do in our regulations now, so we're doing that for clarity. Section 40, limited sale of the Class A fishing guide license and conditional sale of the Class B fishing guide license. To make this clear, we struck all of this language on pages 9 and 10. And we just started over with new subsection A. To obtain a Class A guide license, the applicant shall submit to the commission a for-hire application and a copy of the applicant's valid U.S. Coast Guard license. And this was always required before. Then we made some subdivisions for this. So subdivision 1 is explaining that you have to purchase your Class A guide license yearly in order to keep eligibility for that. If you do not do that, then you have to reapply with a new Class A applicant form. Subdivision 2 limits the number, so 240 for residents and 38 for non-residents. And then subdivision 3 just explains the wait list. So if we have more people that apply than are allowed, they get put on a wait list. And then as people lose eligibility, then they would fill in behind them with eligibility. The only thing we're adding here is a time limit. So they must purchase within 14 days, just to make sure that people are able to get the license if they want it. And then much less complicated, section B. To obtain a Class B guide license, the applicant shall submit to the commission a for-hire application and a copy of the applicant's valid U.S. Coast Guard license. Okay, so section 50, transfers. Just rewrote this for clarity, splitting it into 2 subdivisions, one for a temporary transfer and one for a permanent transfer, just to explain the differences between the 2 of them and make it a little bit easier to find the difference. And that's on page 12. And then section 60, waiting list, since this now is referenced in section 40, it doesn't need to have its own section anymore, so we're proposing to repeal that. That's on page 13. And then this is the new section here, section 70. So the delineation of enforcement boundaries for freshwater and saltwater licenses. Again, these are not new lines. This is what law enforcement has been doing for the charter boat industry. And as you can see, it's in the Potomac, Rappahannock, Pinconning, York, and James rivers. And you should, if you have a freshwater or saltwater recreational fishing license, it's the same lines with the inclusion of the tributaries. And then finally, section 80, the penalty. So this was suggested language from our law enforcement, and it is similar to other language and other regulations. That's on page 14. So we have not received any public comments this month. We did last month, which is why we pulled it from the agenda and did some more editing and clarification. But now we haven't received any, and we recommend the commission approve amendments to Chapter 4 of VAC 20-1180 pertaining to fishing guides and repealing Chapter 4 of VAC 20-1150 pertaining to charter boat and head boat fisheries. And I can take any questions.
Thank you, Summers.
Yes.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Zedron.
Are you talking about U.S. Coast Guard? Are you talking about a 6-pack license or a 100-ton license? What are you talking about?
Yeah, as far as the boat license, you mean?
The U.S.
Yeah.
Coast Guard license.
Sorry, a merchant mariner's credential. So like a captain's license. Yeah. Which comes in several weights of boats that you can get to, but.
Any other questions for Summers? Mr. Ballard.
Is there ever a situation, I can't think of it, but where a U.S. Coast Guard license wouldn't be required because we're requiring that as mandatory? I'm thinking maybe someone guiding fly fishing on the banks of a river or something like that where a vessel's not involved.
So if you're below this line, technically what we are proposing means that you are required to have one. If you are, we've had calls before where people are like running kayak charters, basically, where you just like go in a group, and they just wouldn't require a license from us in that case, yeah. And then we do also have questions of people working in the quote unquote fresh part, and that, DWR has plans to change their licenses, add licenses, but as of now, they only require their boat license. Like I can't remember the name of it, sport fishing boat license that covers everybody on the boat, basically. But they don't require a captain's license right now.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
You said this has been thoroughly reviewed and
Yes.
vetted with law enforcement?
Yes,
No
yep,
questions or
definitely.
issues? Okay.
They're probably sick of hearing about it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Summers.
Yes.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that's in favor of these changes? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Commissioner and Associate Commissioners. My name is J.C. Hudgens.
Raise your right hand. I swear you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I was just wondering, I have a question on this. Does this apply to ecotourism or just fishing charters? I noticed it was not
No.
mentioned.
Yeah, no, it does not apply to
Okay.
just fishing charter.
Great, because I do them in the summer times. I was concerned about that.
Okay,
Okay, thank y'all.
thank you. Any other speakers in favor of the proposal? Okay. Anyone in opposition to the amendments? Anyone in opposition? Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Okay. I think we are ready to entertain a motion for request to define existent freshwater, saltwater delineation lines, clarify language for the license qualification, which includes establishing penalties, and to repeal the section of the code or regulation pertaining to charter boat and head boat fisheries. We'll now entertain a motion.
Motion to accept.
All right, Mr. France, motion to accept. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Ballard. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Unanimously approved. Thank you, Summers.
Thanks.
Okay, now we have public hearing pertaining to Atlantic menhaden. Morning, Shannon.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Commissioner, Associate Commissioners. This is a public hearing and a proposal to amend Chapter 4, VAC 1270, pertaining to Atlantic menhaden, and this is to establish the 2022 total allowable catch per Amendment 3 to the Interstate Fishery Management Plan for Atlantic Menhaden, and to establish all associated fishery sector allocations in response. And you guys have heard this presentation from me for the past few years, but for just a little bit of background, the ASMFC sets the total allowable catch for Atlantic Menhaden. They do this sometimes in either 1 or 2 year, sometimes 3 year increments. And back in October of 2020, they set the coastwide total allowable catch. And at that point, it was set at 194,000 metric tons approximately. So Virginia's allocation of that coastwide total allowable catch currently is set at 78.66%. Before we get that percentage, they first take 1% of that total coastwide allowable catch, set that aside for an episodic events program. That only applies to states up north, which see large pulses of menhaden on certain years. And after that point, all states receive a baseline of 0.5% of that quota, and then we allocate the landings based on landings from 2009 through 2011, and that's how we get to our 78.66%. Before December 1st, all states have a chance to relinquish some amount of quota for the following year, which is why I have to come up here kind of every year and let you guys know what our quota is, even though the total allowable catch is not varying from what it was set at in 2021. It just depends on how much each of the other states decide to relinquish back into this mixed pot that is then reallocated based on the state allocation percentages. And ours again is 78.66%. So our first change to Section 30 is, first of all, just changing the year to 2020, and then a modification to our overall allocation, which again equates to that 78.66%. Based off of the total allowable catch that's set by ASMFC on a yearly or bi-yearly basis. Our next part of that section, subsection B, we then also break down this allocation by each one of our sectors. We have 3 commercial fishing sectors: the purse seine sector, the purse seine menhaden bait sector, which is different from the reduction sector, and our non-purse seine menhaden bait sector. Those are based on percentages that have been steady through our code and now regulation. Once again, those percentages don't change, and so the numbers just change based on however much our total allowable catch is for any given year. The next section change is in Section 50. Our non-purse seine menhaden bait sector quota is also further broken down by gear type. So you can see those percentages before you. Once again, we divide those into those gear types, and then the poundages are based off of those percentages that are established in regulation, which were previously established in code. And finally, in Section 35, there is a cap on how much the reduction sector can take from the Chesapeake Bay. That is set annually at 51,000 metric tons. That does not vary. It only varies if there is an overage. So if the reduction sector goes over its 51,000 metric tons, they need to do a pound-for-pound payback in the following year. So what we've done here is we've removed the year from this just so that I don't have to come before you every year and update it to say 2022, 2023. It remains the same unless there is an overage. So we'll obviously let you know if there is that, and those modifications will be made that year. So finally, I just wanted to give you guys a heads up of some of our upcoming management actions for this species. So right now, Atlantic menhaden are managed under Amendment 3, and that requires that the ASMFC Management Board revisit those state-by-state allocations every 3 years. So they're revisiting that 78.66% that we receive currently. That would be Addendum 1 to that amendment. It is currently in progress. There are options under this addendum that adjust that commercial state-by-state allocation. There are options that look at updated year timeframes, changes to that 0.5% fixed minimum that I mentioned earlier. There are also options in this addendum for changes to our episodic event set-aside program and the incidental catch and small-scale fisheries, which applies to our non-purse seine bait sector. This draft addendum was considered for public comment in January by ASMFC, but there were considerable changes that needed to be made to that draft, so is set back to the plan development team for edits, which we are currently working on. The draft will be considered again, hopefully for public comment by that board again in May, and so then we'll have public hearings following that of course we'll notify our commercial industry of so that they can attend those hearings and have their comments known. And so with that, the staff recommendation is that we approve amendments to Chapter 420-1270 pertaining to Atlantic menhaden to establish that 2022 total allowable catch per Amendment 3 to the ISFMP for Atlantic menhaden and establish all of our associated fishery sector allocations in response. And with that, I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Shanna. Yes, Mr.
I have a couple of questions. When you're coming up with these allocations, is there any coordination between that staff and, say, VIMS or any other fish-related industries as it affects the population of regular fish like striped bass and stuff like that? And how's that allocation? What's the basis of that?
So the total overall coast-wide allocation is based off of the stock assessment. So when I updated you guys on this, I believe last year or probably the year before, we talked about the ecological reference points stock assessment that came out, and those ecological reference points actually take into account menhaden's role as a forage species. And so the TAC was actually reduced based off of the outcome of that assessment, which showed that we needed to leave more menhaden in the water for those important species like striped bass, bluefish, weakfish, etc.
Follow-up question, and so
Mr. Zedron.
Have you had any public comments about that aspect of this, presentation? Public comments from fisheries, charter captains, and other industries that are associated with the fishing industry?
For this specific presentation, no, we have not received any public comments. We oftentimes hear public comments regarding just that exact concern. The stock is healthy, it is a coast-wide stock, and so the assessment has found that the levels that we've set that TAC to are appropriate for the species as well as the species that feed on them.
Thank you.
Mr. Ballard.
Similar to Mr. Zedron's question, but focusing on the bay cap, how was that number set at? Was that determined by ASMFC, or where did it come from?
Yep, so that was established in Amendment 3. It was actually reduced in Amendment 3, and it was based off of the previous 3 years' landings within the Chesapeake Bay. As of right now, the bay cap is only set on landings. There's no Chesapeake Bay specific stock assessment that tells us what level that should be set at. Back in 2009, there was some independent reviews conducted on a number of scientific presentations that came out regarding whether or not there was something called localized depletion taking place in the bay. They were inconclusive, and so ASMFC sets that cap as sort of a measure to try to ensure that we're not overfishing in that specific area, but it right now is not based off of a very specific stock assessment because it's a coast-wide stock.
Follow, Mr. Ballard.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. I do wonder, I understand the record keeping and not wanting to come here every year, and believe me, I want a smaller agenda as much as everybody else, but I do wonder if there is some value to keeping that to where we have to bring that number before the commission each year, given how important it is to the public and some of the feedback we've heard.
Yeah, you'll have to see this every year anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll have to come here every year and show you guys the rest of the numbers. So if there is a modification to that specific bay cap, I'll be here giving you the rest of them anyhow.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Mr. Zedron.
Last year, we had some reports of omega protein where they catch all these menhaden, and then the net gets snagged on something on the bottom, and they dump, tons and tons of the menhaden dead, and they just flip it in the water. Has there been any consideration given to that, whether that counts into this quota or not?
Yeah, so there's been some consideration given to that. It's actually been discussed by our Menhaden Management Advisory Committee, which is established by code. Those folks meet twice a year, and that was discussed. I think some of the concerns that that committee had, as well as fisheries staff had, is that there's really not another fishery that we do that to. So if someone's gill net rips and it's full of striped bass, it doesn't count against their individual transferable quota. So you're really setting a precedent that would be different from any other fishery. But discussions have been had about that, and I'm sure will continue to be had about that.
Mr. France?
What was the adjustment in the bay catch, total catch in the bay? It was reduced some, how much?
So there was no adjustment in the overall bay cap. There was back when there was an overage in 2019.
Okay.
So we're back to the 51,000 metric tons this year. There was no overage last year.
Okay.
So
Mr. Tankard?
follow-up question. So when I look at the number that we're pulling out of the bay, it's more significant than any other state except for our own. It seems to me, what I'm hearing you say is that we don't really know if that's the right number to be pulling out of the bay or not.
It could be more and it could be less.
Yeah.
So that's, yes, we're not entirely sure. I will say that the work that's been done on localized depletion in the bay has sort of shown that it's probably highly unlikely for it to be occurring over a long time scale or over a long area of the bay. And so as of right now, it's set at that 51,000 metric tons. I think in the future, something that ASMFC would like to pursue is what a Chesapeake Bay cap would look like based off of a Chesapeake Bay stock assessment, but it's really hard when you're working with a coast-wide stock to actually get to that, because you're having to figure out there's movement between the Chesapeake Bay and the ocean, and that stock genetically isn't any different than the stock on the rest of the coast. So this is based off of the best available science that we're able to put together. And you have to understand that while it sounds like a lot, these are very big numbers. I know that they're shocking for people oftentimes, but you're dealing with a stock that is producing billions upon billions upon billions of eggs every year. So the fecundity of menhaden as of right now is really steady. We're looking at a very healthy stock, and so there's not a lot of concern from our technical committees about the health of this stock right now.
Any further questions for Shannon? Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in favor of the changes to the regulation? Anyone in favor? Okay. How about anyone in opposition? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Please state your name and raise your right hand.
Tyler Rowe.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Going back to the slide, are we allowed to go back in slides?
Shannon, may you
Sure. Would you like
Back to where it says that you can reallocate the stock assessment or the percentage throughout. Yeah, so right here, all states have the choice to relinquish some amount of the quota. 78.66% isn't changed per what the ASMFC did back when they handed over to VMRC. So we're basically doing the same as ASMFC, correct?
Correct.
Okay. My issue is that if we're just doing the same, then why did they hand it over to us to do something different?
So every state has to take the fisheries management plan and then apply that to their specific regulation. So 78.66% is what we're given from ASMFC based off of those historical landings from 2009 and 2011. So we need to uphold that percentage in our regulation to make sure that we don't go out of compliance. So back in 2019, when there was an overage on that bay cap, we were technically out of compliance, which means that our fishery could be shut down entirely, which is when it transferred from code into regulation so that VMRC could respond more rapidly than the code does to issues, should
Yeah.
there be any in the future.
And so it's regulated by VMRC now.
Correct, correct.
But we haven't changed anything.
We have not modified anything with that specific percentage, no.
But we have the option to, correct?
To relinquish quota?
Yes.
Yes. Should our fisheries not be utilizing the full quota? Yes.
But 78.66% out of an entire coast
Correct.
seems much to me.
It does.
As far as the whole entire East Coast.
Sure, it does to a lot of folks. We are the only state that does have a functioning reduction fishery. There is no more functioning reduction fisheries along the East Coast except for the one in Reedville run by a mega protein.
Okay. I guess, my comment is really the fact that if we have the option to relinquish some quota, it would be nice for us to be able to see that, especially on the charter boat side and everything else, because 78.66% seems like a lot to us.
When it's relinquished, it goes back into the pot and is then allocated to other states, so other states would use that quota. So it doesn't necessarily matter. I think what you're maybe referring to is you'd want the overall coastwide TAC to be set lower.
No, I think I want the amount here in Virginia to not be as much. I would like to see it throughout the coast more rather than just here.
Sure, but it's a coastwide stock, so whether it's drawn upon from the state of Virginia or it's drawn upon by New Jersey or Maine, it's the same amount that's coming out of the water.
And that's where I see where ASMFC gave us, VMRC, or gave y'all the option to change that. Because if you have.
Mr. Rowe, let's do this. Let's
Yeah.
have you address the commission and
Okay.
then make your points. And if you have further questions that Shanna or fisheries can address, we'll do
Okay.
that. We're getting too much
Yeah,
into
sorry.
you
That's,
and
yep,
she.
that's
so,
my fault. So basically, just going back to this slide, my statement is basically the fact if VMRC has the option to relinquish some of the quota, I'd like to see some of that relinquished and put throughout the East Coast.
Okay.
That's basically it.
Any questions for Mr. Rowe? Mr. Zedron?
Are you a Virginia fisherman, or?
Yes, sir.
You are?
Yes, sir.
Why would you want to give the stock to some other state then?
To be able to,
What was explained to you, if we reduce the amount of poundage for Virginia,
yes.
it goes to the other states.
Mhm.
So that means that's taking money from you. Why would you want to do that?
Now, I'm a charter boat captain, I'm not commercial.
Well, I'm a captain too, but the idea is that why would you want to give it to some other state?
So that the stock is less harmed in this area.
Well, that's what she was trying to tell you.
Okay.
Is that this is what's allocated, so if we don't use it, it could go to Maryland or North Carolina or New Jersey or whatever, and it's the amount of fish coming out of the water is going to remain the same. The only difference is it's going to cut you out. You follow me?
I do, to a certain extent, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for the gentleman? Thank you.
Thank you.
But before we address you, Shanna, do you have any further clarification or comment regarding Mr. Zedron's question and answer?
Well, I think Mr. Zedron characterized it correctly. It's a coastwide stock, so whether we're taking fish from the state of Virginia, if you reallocate, relinquish our quota to another state, Maine, New Jersey, some of the larger states that have purse seine fisheries, it doesn't matter. It's the same amount of fish coming out of the water. It's a coastwide stock. So there's a lot of misinformation, I'll say, out there regarding if we relinquish quota or we leave more fish in the water, where those fish specifically will go. It's a coastwide stock. There's not a Virginia-specific stock of menhaden. It does not change the bay cap either if we relinquish quota. The bay cap remains the same.
Okay, Mr. France?
Did Virginia receive any quota from any other states last year?
Not directly, but through that relinquishment process, yes. So when a state, there's quite a few states that have that fixed minimum that don't use it. They don't have menhaden fisheries. And so they put that kind of back into that mixed pot into the total allowable catch that's coastwide, and then that is divided up through the percentages that are set forth by Amendment 3.
Thank you, Shane. Any other? Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, everybody. Thank you guys for coming and representing us and hearing us out.
Please state your name and raise your right hand.
Okay. My name is William Pappas.
Okay. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My name is William Pappas. I run the Play and Hooky charter boat out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. I run 158 charters last year. I've been fishing that area for 35 years. I fish that ocean front just more than anybody but the jet ski guys. I would love to tell you guys about the status from our eyes about what we think is going on with the menhaden. And I'm representing 5 charter boat captains that have come here today that I would probably stand up here and swear that this is the truth as well.
First, Mr. Pappas, are you speaking on behalf of other members here? Do you have them to just stand up? Okay, thank you.
Okay. That's Tyler Rowe. He runs the Sea Chaser boat. That's Jim Bolt and Jake Bolts, and they both run the Flying Fish boats. And Jake and they both have been in the industry for since they've been born. I really would like to challenge the fact that there's a healthy coastwide stock. We keep getting told it's a healthy coastwide stock. We're Virginians. We're in the VMRC talking about Virginia fish. We just got told that why would we want to give away our fish to other people to let them make money? I'm going to tell you why right now. Because Omega and Canada gets that money. They get our fish, they get to reduce it and use it for their stocks for salmon. We know that. It's not a secret. It's not a big what's going on here. So if 90% is being caught by the reduction fleet, which Virginians are getting hurt? Maybe 10%? Oh, the guys with the bait nets, the guys with the trawlers, barely, okay? So now you're gonna let them take 90% from just our state. That's a healthy coastwide stock. Let me tell you about this healthy coastwide stock. This healthy coastwide stock you used to be able to witness on the Virginia Beach oceanfront would have purple clouds of bunker out in front. You'd even have boats out there with big blue reduction nets pumping foam on the beach, getting some of us upset, where we'd make videos and try to pump it down and get it past the money going on with the politics. That never took place, but it took a gentleman's agreement to get them out of there. You know why they got out of there? And the best reason I can tell you is because there's no bunker left there anyway. There hasn't been clouds of bunker across that ocean front for the last 5 years straight. I'm going to tell you that straight. 2013, a great example. 2012, we had the best striper fishery we've had in the ocean front, and everybody who should know that was one of the best industries this area is known for. Worldwide, it's the striper capital of the world that we were told. Then you wipe out a whole entire coastal, where do these fish go? Let's see, let me give you a prime example. Bunker boat's not there. We catch tons of fish. They opened the season 1 February at a certain time. I remember this clear as day. All the boats popped in. We were catching them day after day after day. Wiped. We were catching 1 to 2 fish. All the boats were crying for weeks till the bunker boats came in there and did whatever they had to do, however they had to do it to make their money so they can have some money of our Virginia money. Okay? Eventually, allowing that to happen enough, you let the bay get overdone. You don't have 3 boats out there. You got 7 ships with 2 boats each. Letting them completely devour all the bunker in that bay. Completely do it. And I'm going to tell you what else. The bunker used to come out of the bay where they could catch them, but they can't anymore. They don't come out of the bay anymore. They don't migrate south. They don't migrate this time of year towards North Carolina where they have a beach fishery for bluefish, for all these other things where there's dead menhaden and dead stripers all down there. That's not there anymore because the tail end of the coastal wide stock stops in Virginia. It used to go to Carolina. Now it just tails off out towards the tower, out towards where the research boats are 27 miles out, right between the tower and the triangle. You can catch them there all year long. I mean, not all year long, but just about all winter long. The birds are diving out there. That's where the stock is. That's where the fish is. Virginians have no access to striped bass in the winter. None. Who has access? The guys in 3 miles up north. The guys who made the EEZ for us to stay outside the 3 miles. Now I'm getting a little far ahead here, but at the end of the day, there are no bunker in the front of that ocean. We can't go out and cast net to go catch cobias anymore. What fish are affected? This is so clear. Where are the gray trout? Oh, it's a migration process. It comes and goes. They're gone. Where are the layers of peanut bunker in Broody Inlet? The layers of cast netting I taught my son how to do. Gone. You used to take them up front, catch flounder, catch anything, take them out. There are no baby. Why are there no baby bunker? Because there's no adult bunker, there's no medium bunker. Why not? Because they're getting all sucked up by Canada. In one state, that's okay. I will tell you right now, all the other states are smarter than us because they're not allowing it. And the fact that that goes on means that we're getting robbed here in Virginia, having all of ours. I will happily give them more. Let Canada have some more area. Let them have some more New Jerseys. Give them all. They got whale watching. They got fisheries like you've never seen. Tautog. Have you anybody noticed tautog migration? Not here anymore. No bunker dying. No bunker going in wrecks. No crabs. The furthest you'll find a crab in a fish's mouth is 40 miles. You won't find them inshore because they're not there anymore. And that's all directly to do with menhaden. And this is just menhaden. And I promise you, if you talk to us, the charter boat captains, we'll be happy to this time of year come by and give you our reports. But there are no bunker along the ocean front. None. I saw maybe 1 or 2, 3 schools out in the middle getting worked. Even 3 years ago, we saw them migrate in October a little bit. None. These last 3 to 5 years. Terrible ever since 2013. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. Any questions for the gentleman? Thank you. Thank you. Any other speakers in opposition to the proposed regulation amendment? Any other speakers? Shanna, do you have anything else to add or follow up?
I really don't, because I think I've made my point clear as your stock assessment representative for this species. Staff recommendation is before you. Please let me know if you have any other questions.
Sure, thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions for staff before we talk about a motion or discussion, further discussion? Okay. The chair will entertain a motion for the amendment pertaining to Atlantic menhaden to establish the 2022 total allowable catch. Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Mr. Ballard, motion to approve. Is there a second? Let's get a second before discussion. Is there a second? Is there a second to Mr. Ballard's motion to approve? Okay, Mr. Ballard's motion to approve fails for lack of a second. Is there any other proposed motion? Mr. Zetron.
You know, this is a big hot topic, and I've been here a while. And it seems, I hear what staff is saying, but those of us guys are out there, you know, I'm a charter captain as well, a recreational guy. There's no fish out in that bay. And you heard, I guess you were here maybe last year when we had a couple of the people come before the commission and talk about how it's affecting the birds and all kind of species because there's a lack of bait fish. I mean, I keep our boat over to Little Creek base, and we used to have several guys go out fishing, and I would be there, and these guys would come in, and they would fish all day long, and up and down the Bay Bridge Tunnel and everywhere, and come back and say, you know, we didn't even have one bite on our bait all day long. And I think that's where these people are coming from, these charter captains. It is there's no fish out there to be caught. And I think, at least from my perspective, I would like maybe the Shellfish Management Committee or whoever, not Shellfish, but the other Finfish Committee to establish a research committee and talk with these local guys and then get up with VMRC. And even though there's a lot of fish, maybe we're not applying it right. Maybe we're taking them from the wrong place. Maybe there's some reason why the fisheries in the bay is not there. And I see it myself, and that's what these guys are talking about. It is that you can't go out there and catch a fish. And so even though these menhaden are there, they're not in the bay. And I know what he's talking about when he's talking about the bumpner stuff. I mean, you know, I've got the electronic sounding devices and stuff. I mean, when you go over, you can see these big bundles of bait down there. You don't see that no more. And so what I would like to see is us refer this issue to maybe the finfish management program to develop some research with the local captains and VIMs to do what we can to bring the fish back into the bay. And maybe that's what we need to look at, not how much fish there are and how much we're taking out, but how can we better manage the menhaden to bring the fishery back into the bay. So that's what I would do. I'd make a motion that we refer this matter to the Finfish Management Committee to establish a research committee to work with the local captains and VIMs and our staff to come up with a recommendation of how we can improve the fisheries in the Chesapeake Bay as a result of the management of the menhaden.
Okay. Hold on one second. Let me discuss with Kelsey. Okay, Mr. Zedron, let's just pause on your motion for a second. I do want to hear from Mr. Gear in terms of what would the resulting action be if this amendment is not approved today?
If we do not approve a quota, I believe it'll be a free, I mean, they can catch whatever they want.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah, you know, we won't have to check with ASMFC, but that's there so we have some binders on it. But, you know, if we don't accept it, it's open, you know, unless the commission decides. And for clarity, the reason why the General Assembly gave us control of menhaden was because the bay cap used to be 87,000 metric tons. When it got changed in Amendment 3 to 51,000 metric tons, they never changed it. It remained the same. Even though we tried to do it each year, it remained the same. And as a result, the reduction fleet, you know, we went over the quota in 2019, and they gladly gave it back to us to avoid all the issues with non-compliance. So that's why VMRC has control of this now, after all these years.
If I could just build on that, I was looking up the actual authority language in 28.2.201, and specifically it says, the commission shall have the exclusive authority to manage Atlantic menhaden and shall adopt regulations necessary for its management, including those necessary to comply with the Atlantic States Marine Fishery Commission Interstate Fishery Management Plan for Atlantic menhaden. And that is a shall adopt regulations necessary for its management, including those necessary to comply. So, I mean, it seems pretty clear in the intention of this statute that the General Assembly wants us to comply with ASMFC. Now, I don't know. I don't think we have to stop there, but I think we have to at least comply with ASMFC.
You know, I agree with that. To let you know, we took this over in 2000. I mean, this was like the first meeting we had under a virtual environment when we took over menhaden.
2020.
2020 is when we took it over.
Okay.
And, you know, our goal at that time was to just come into compliance. You know, there were other people that said, oh, we need to do all these things now. The VMRC has control. But at that time, our goal was to come into compliance, and we did. Otherwise, they would have shut the entire fishery down. Not just for the reduction fleet, but for the bait, which is used by crabbers, not only in our state, but in Delaware as well. Delaware relies very heavily on our bait fishery for the bait for their crab industry. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Any questions for Mr. Gear? Mr. Zedron?
I hear what you're saying, But what research has gone into developing a better fishery in Chesapeake Bay based on the menhaden? I mean, you've been here every meeting,
Yeah.
and you've heard these people come up here, and everybody's saying the same thing. There ain't no fish out there.
I will agree more has to be done. But when people say the Maryland, Virginia is overfished, the stock is overfished, there's no evidence of that because we don't have a bay-specific stock assessment. And the reason for that is primarily because it's a coast-wide species. We have talked with VIMS and University of Maryland about having an abundance estimate so that we can come up with what that tax should be. Should it be, as Shanna said, should it be 51,000 metric tons, or should it be higher, should it be lower? We don't know. That was based on an average. So that's the magic ticket to deciding is what that should be what that number should be, not just an average of what was harvested over a given time period.
And to be clear, what we do have evidence of is overfishing of striped bass. So when there's talk about there being no fish in the bay, we've specifically been overfishing striped bass, which is why there's an amendment right now to initiate a rebuilding plan for that species.
Yeah. And frankly speaking, striped bass, the reason why they're overfished is because of the dead discard rates. If you remember, the dead discard rates are over 30% in Maryland. 30% of the fish they catch are throwing back in the water dead because they fish on a much longer season than we do. So that's in the stock assessment for the striped bass, they said it's dead discards that are causing the problem. The recreational fishery with dead discards was causing the problem with striped bass.
Shanna mentioned earlier the Menhaden Management Advisory Committee. Has that been established? Have you had meetings?
Yep, ever since it's been established, we've had
How
5
often?
meetings to date. We meet twice yearly. There's currently a subcommittee working on discussing the internal allocations that you see before you in this regulation. I also want to note that the TAC that's established, the total coastwide allowable catch, is based off of those ecosystem reference points that I was talking about. That's 15 years of stock assessment scientists working on that data, incorporating everything, striped bass, birds, whales, all of those things are in that EcoPath with EcoSim model that gives you that TAC that's set for the coast-wide. There's not a lot more that group can do, save starting to look at some of the Chesapeake Bay specific questions that you had, Mr. Zedrin, that other people have. That is something that's going to be tackled, but that, again, requires those assessment scientists, and it's going to take time. It took us 15 years to get to the point where we are right now. And they believe that the stock is very healthy based off of that 15-year science.
And Shannon, without listing everyone that's a part of that committee, is it made up of industry, science, the commission?
You talking about NMAC?
Yeah.
Yes.
NMAC, it's in code. It's specifically in code what each position is.
I'm hopeful that that may address some of the questions Mr. Zedron had regarding forming a committee, that we already have a committee that addresses those issues.
We already have, and we meet, like we said, on a regular basis.
Mr. France had a question.
Yeah, I got several questions. Looking at our TAC, I'm just going to put it in simple math. If we have 150 metric tons that we can catch in Virginia, 100 outside, 50 inside, can you change the 50 inside? I'm just going to put 25 and 125 on the outside.
You are the commission. You
could
working
be
with us are allowed, the bay cap is set by ASMSC at 51,000 metric tons. But theoretically, the commission has the authority to alter that. They can't go higher, they can go lower.
But to be clear, this is the issue that took place back in 2019 when there was an overage. We had a different bay cap than ASMFC had. So this time, if we have a different bay cap than ASMFC has, the compliance issues and the teeth associated with that bay cap really come at the federal level through ASMFC. So if we set our bay cap to something lower, the fleet may choose to continue to follow our bay cap, but ASMFC's bay cap would technically be higher. And that's where compliance and the federal government becoming involved actually takes place.
My second question is, the Chesapeake Bay has always been known as a nursery for menhaden. Why do we choose to put so much pressure on a nursery?
So it's a nursery for many other species. It's a nursery, I mean, Atlantic menhaden nursery grounds are all up and down the coast. So I think we hear a lot about the Chesapeake Bay. There's a lot of concern coming from the Chesapeake Bay region, but menhaden have nursery grounds all over. They spawn everywhere. And so the pressure that you see, the issues, the numbers, I think, are what scare people, but the numbers, the fecundity of this species is high enough such that it supports this level of fishing.
I guess my last thing would be an observation from fishermen. They say there's a tremendous amount of dolphin porpoise at the mouth of the bay and going into the bay now. Would that restrict menhaden from coming into the bay like they did at one time?
They're major predators. They affect all species. If their population goes up, they prey on all species of fish.
Any other questions for Mr. Gear or Ms. Mattson? Okay, we need to clear a few things up. So we have a previous motion by Mr. Zedron. You withdraw that motion. Okay. So Mr. Zedron has withdrawn his motion about forming a committee. Is there another motion from the commission regarding the request to establish the 2022 total allowable catch pertaining to Atlantic menhaden? Motion made by Mr. Tankard.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. France. Any further discussion? Mr. Tankard.
Yeah, I mean, I've been fishing in the bay since I was a child, and I think what you're hearing from the audience, and what I think we probably as a commission here when we go home is, hey, when are we going to get hold of this menhaden fishery in the bay? They're killing our recreational fishing. I mean, you hear it up and down. I mean, I would say everybody's nodding. Is that pretty much what you hear? I mean, so I do think there's a massive frustration on the part of Virginians in that we feel like we're sending our fish to Canada and the dollars are following them, but we're not getting any return here. The only thing we're getting is fewer rockfish, fewer flounder, fewer of everything. I mean, I think recreational catches in general are across the board down, except for maybe cobia. I made the motion to accept what you presented, but I do think over time we've got to realize that what we're pulling out of the bay, I think there's an issue when you've got too much coming out of one spot. It's got to have some ramifications. I mean, the bay is supporting a greater level than any other state except for our own. Just that in itself should tell us something. So, in any case, I think we need to wake up a little bit. I've made my motion, but that's my point I want to make, is I think the future, this what we're asking our bay to bequeath to the Canadians is too much.
Mr. France.
Yeah, I agree with exactly what Mr. Tankard said. I think, the commercial fishery, the recreational fishery certainly is suffering from this. And like I spoke before, if we changed the bay catch here, then the fishery could go by the FMFC rules, and so we wouldn't be doing anything. So, I think, we should take a long, hard look at this. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I do think it's hurting the bay, and, as going forward, we should have some committees really look into what this is doing to the bay.
Mr. Ballard.
I agree with everything that's been said. I do question whether, even though it might be futile, whether changing the bay cap might not be the right move today. Even though they might not follow it, it's at least someone standing up and saying this isn't right. I'm hearing from folks throughout the seafood industry that are stopping to buy Canadian salmon because of the association with the menhaden. And I think VMRC needs to be at the forefront of this rather than letting everything kind of get out in front of us.
Ms. Lusk had her hand up first. Mr. Zedron.
Is there a way to limit the commercial catch in the bay of Menhaden?
I mean, there's a number of ways. I mean, we can reduce the season, you know, reduce the number of fishing days. You know,
Can you reduce the poundage? I mean, last year, I can't remember the numbers, but it came before us that a mega protein had so many millions of tons of fish. Is there a way to reduce that?
well, that's what we're talking about here. It's like, is there a way to do that? I mean, the commission, hopefully working with the staff and the MAC, can lower that bay cap, but then that we'll have a disconnect between us and ASMFC.
I'm talking about, say, if limit the amount of poundage that a particular business can take.
You can't target a specific business.
Yeah.
That's not an appropriate reason for a regulation change.
All right, well, how about this? How about if you limit the amount of commercial catch in the bay? Poundage.
They'll be reducing the bay cap.
And that specifically targets the reduction fishery, though. So overall, if you wanted to reduce commercial fishing within the bay and you did not want to target a specific entity like Kelsey is suggesting, then you would target all of the people that are gill netting for menhaden for bait, for any of the other bait guys that are catching for our crab fisheries, et cetera. So there's no way to limit that specifically without targeting specifically the bay cap, which is just one entity.
I'm currently looking for it, but there is also a limitation in the code about treating different sectors differently, and the justification that needs to come from that. And you know, I don't necessarily want to say whether I think, you know, the evidence here is supporting that or not, but let me look for it so I can read it.
Most of what you're suggesting would be an overhaul of this regulation, which I would suggest we don't do today.
Just an observation, we've discussed this Menhaden Management Advisory Committee. When is your next meeting? Do you have an idea?
We're meeting with the work group in the next 2 weeks, but we're meeting with the whole group probably.
If maybe some
March.
of these questions that you're receiving from the commission can be discussed and answered, and maybe a brief report given back to the commission, maybe that would help answer some of the questions or concerns.
I mean, I can bring that forward as well. I mean, all of this is based off of the science. So everything that's coming before you today is based off of the science of menhaden, not the opinion of menhaden.
Mr. France.
Yeah. My only concern to this commission would be that,
So it's a
you know,
section.
a reduction in the bay may be justified, but the tremendous price that you would put on people like crabbers and stuff that use menhaden, it's already a burdensome price on things now. I hear bunkers in Louisiana are $40 a box, and they could be that here. So, you know, that's something for us to give thought to also.
And Kelsey, just to let you know, I think you're looking for paragraph 28.2203, item 4.
You are probably correct.
Thank you, Mr. Button.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Button.
For saving me from continual flipping. Conservation, this is just a general statement. Conservation and management measures shall not discriminate among user groups if it becomes necessary to allocate or assign fishing privileges among various user groups. Such allocation shall be fair and equitable to all fishermen and reasonably calculated to promote conservation and carried out in such manner that no person acquires an excessive share of such privileges. So clearly there needs to be, you know, evidence presented that supports these three conclusions. If we are going to discriminate among user groups, and it sounds like right now we have science and all the things that staff has been stating, for the current, I don't know that they have had an opportunity to look into alternatives with the same level of detail.
Okay, so I think there are several questions and issues that can be addressed, hopefully by your management committee, and then brought back to the commission to answer those questions. But again, I point to the request for the amendment today to establish the 2022 total allowable catch. And we do have a motion to approve and a second. So if no further discussion, we'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. Okay. The amendment passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Gear, if there are any openings on the Menhaden Management Advisory Committee?
No, that's a hot one. Everyone wants to be on that
Okay.
one. Just for clarity, if the commission can have a motion to provide some guidance what they want the MAC and the staff to do, if you can provide that to us.
I can provide.
Sure.
Just wanna-
Would you like to attempt a motion, Mr. Tankard?
I mean, my motion would be a simple question. How much can the Bay afford and maintain? You can't do that.
That's not, I mean, what I can give you, and I think that what people are really looking for here is a lot more history and background I'm not trying to say this lightly. This is 15 years worth of science that went into setting this TAC where it is today. And so I can definitely give you the same presentation that I've given to the MMAC committee, who's also seen this regulation the first time we established it and approved it as well. So they recognize what the TAC is and how that is allocated amongst our different sectors. So I'm happy to provide more history should the commission like to see that and get more information on the science.
1 second. Instead of us trying to create a motion to
Just a
tell you all
recommendation.
what should be discussed, why don't we just
You just
glean
need
from this,
recommendations.
all the questions and answers,
Okay.
and we'll work on something to get back in terms of a summary presentation.
Okay.
Can do that.
Mr. Ballard with a question.
I would motion or ask that you specifically look at the Bay cap and not the TAC. And I would make a motion that you specifically look at how to reduce that Bay cap.
Again, I think we can do that without a
No,
formal
we don't need a
motion by the
motion. We
commission
can
and a
take
vote.
that recommendation.
Okay, all
I just
right.
wanted it on the record. What you
Sure,
wanted us to do.
sure. I think we'll cover that.
Okay.
Mr. Zedron, one more question.
I hear you with the history. I've never been a history buff. I don't like to read about history. I don't like to make history, okay? And I think what you're hearing from the public, and Mr. Tankard's right on, and so Mr. Grant's, that's all we hear. When we get out of these meetings, we go to the tackle shops. What are you guys doing? You know, what's wrong with you guys? You know, well, where are our fish? And so I'd like you to ask at this meeting, what can we do to bring the fish back into the bay? Not about the history, but let's make history. What can we do? What does this commission need to do to bring this industry back into the bay? And that's what I'd like to ask.
One final note. We can do this, we can look through this, and there may be some change, and, dramatic change, but if this isn't the smoking gun that everybody thinks it is, who are we gonna blame next? If things don't return, who are we gonna blame next?
Okay,
I mean,
all right.
That's just, I think we need to look at this. I agree with that. But, we've been hearing this for years, and, we're trying to follow the science.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gear. Thank you, Shannon, as well. Okay, next item, number 7, public hearing pertaining to the taking of Bluefish. Good morning, Brooke.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner and Associate Commissioners. My name is Brooke Lohman. This is my first time before you. I'm pleased to be here. It is still
Glad to
morning.
have you, Brooke.
I think I have a slightly less contentious, straightforward thing to bring you today. So this is a proposal to amend Chapter 4 VAC 20-450 pertaining to the taking of bluefish to update the commercial bluefish annual quota. So a quick bit of background. The 2019 operational stock assessment determined that the bluefish stock was overfished. Therefore, a rebuilding plan is required. The MAFMC and the ASFMC, MFC, adopted Amendment 7 to use in specification setting for the 2022 fishing year. Amendment 7 revises the commercial bluefish quota allocations among states based on a more recent landings period of 2009 through 2018. These new allocations will be phased in over a period of 7 years, starting this year in 2022. The Virginia allocation will be reduced by 0.86% annually, reaching a final allocation of 5.87% in the year 2028. Because I personally feel no presentation is complete without a table, here's your table of state allocations under Amendment 7, showing the previous allocation and the allocation every year from 2022 through 2028. This drop may seem a little bit alarming, so just for some background, here is the time series of our commercial bluefish landings in Virginia from 2001 through 2020. The brown bars are the Virginia quota before any transfers, and the yellow bars are our total landings. So as you can see, Virginia has not achieved its quota since 2006, and it's achieved less than half of the quota every year since 2009. The large drop that you're seeing in quota in 2020 was due to the implementation of the rebuilding plan, and that's reflecting a lower coast-wide quota. That's not a change in Virginia's allocation. So over the next several years, the coast-wide quota will likely increase because of stock rebuilding. So even though we are receiving a lower percentage, a lower allocation, that coast-wide quota will likely increase. So it's likely that in terms of pounds, we may end up with a larger quota over the next few years. So the changes we're proposing are pretty straightforward. In Section 15, we're proposing to strike this definition that is stipulating a percentage. This is just to increase regulatory efficiency by allowing us to handle the annual quota changes administratively, rather than opening up this regulation every year to update this percentage from now until 2028. And secondly, because we're getting rid of that definition, which is only used once within the regulation as written, we're just going to add this bit of text here. The commercial quota landings of bluefish shall be limited to the annual quota pursuant to the joint MAFMC, ASMFC Bluefish Fishery Management Plan. And this language is consistent with this current summer flounder regulation. So to conclude, staff recommends that the Commission approve amendments to Chapter 4 VAC 20 pertaining to the taking of bluefish to update the commercial bluefish annual quota. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Brooke. Any questions for Brooke? Any questions? All right, is anyone in the audience today in favor of this amendment? Like to speak in favor? Anyone in opposition? Is there anyone in opposition? Okay. I think the request is now before the Commission for a motion and action.
Move to approve.
Mr. France with the motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Zedron with the second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. Unanimously approved the amendment pertaining to the taking of bluefish. Thank you, Brooke.
Thank you.
Okay. We've now come to the public comment period of today's agenda. If you have any questions, issues, or comments relating to items that are not on the agenda, is there anyone here for public comment? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Mr. Pappas?
Yes, Mr. Pappas.
And you're previously sworn?
Still good to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. Before I get to what I want to read, I just want to ask you guys to consider making a motion. I want you guys to consider making a motion to close down menhaden until you guys can get a good idea of what's going on out there, including put our limit where you said it, for example, 25. And if they don't meet us, wait until you talk to them and meet us, and then reopen it when you get it right. I would love that to be a motion, just like you did with sea bass. You shut it down before you had all the ideas of what's going on. You didn't know what was going on yet, but you shut it down just to be safe, right?
Well, to be clear, we had a public hearing on
I
that
remember, I
last month.
watched the whole thing. I'm
Okay,
not being
okay.
rude. I swear I'm not.
Sure.
I watched the whole thing word for word, watched it probably 2 or 3 times, including the part, well, I'm not going to do that.
You're referring to black sea bass, correct?
Right at the end, I use that as an example of you shut that down. So that's why I would be asking you guys to make a motion. Why not to shut down the menhaden until you get it right? Until you get them to meet you. You're scared they're not going to meet you. He had a great idea. Thank you, by the way, for that. It was a great idea to go ahead and lower it and show them we mean business or we mean something, and let's discuss it. I mean, you make an action first, then you figure it out, or you just close it till you figure it out. But you guys have the power to do all of those. I would suggest you go ahead and make a motion to close it until you get it right.
Mr. Pappas, do you want to finish your comments and have us address it? Or?
I'll stop with that one right there and take what you have, but then I have my public comment right here.
There are notice and public comment requirements unless there is an emergency regulation. We did notice and public comment the current regulation, and we can make limited modifications, but shutting down the entire fishery is too big of a modification to make right now without putting it back out for public comment.
It would rock the boat too much.
It's against procedure. We have to notice it to people so that people can come and comment,
Right.
as you did on these regulations.
And Omega's not here, guys. That's what we need.
We need everyone to have an opportunity. That is what this code requires.
Okay. All righty. Well, it was worth a try. I think it was worth an effort. I mean, I didn't even come for the menhaden today, but I'll tell you what I think anytime, especially this time of year. And I apologize for not being at the last meeting. I firmly do. My daughter just turned 18. I'm a single dad, and the only time I could spend with her was lunch. And it was them or you guys, and I had to choose. Sorry. All right, here we go, guys. Let me tell you, I already said I was playing hooky charter captain. I run the 158 charters. I've been in business for 5 years. I have probably 6,500 followers on the Facebook, a couple thousand on Instagram. I have a pretty good following. I post pictures. I don't bloat. I don't brag. I love nature. I was raised in Hawaii, so I love the ocean. Okay? I'll just give you a little background. Good morning, and thank you for allowing us to have some time to speak with you. We understand that you have not made a decision on Virginia's black sea bass regulations for 2022 yet. We came to show you faces of those who have you put in a bad financial position with the February closure, and offer you some much-needed insight from the guys on the water whose lives and freezers you directly have affected. And I know that all of you are not here today, because I think there was a lot more last time. But first, I will have to admit, I've been told by all the fishing elders that coming here is useless. That is just your way of saying that you listen to us. When nobody has ever seen anything positive to speak of in the saltwater community fishing. But I am always optimistic. I know today is a new day, a chance to get it right. We can start a better connection right now. Technology has changed, times have changed, fisheries change, people change, heck, commissioners change. We are aware of the commissioner situation and the politics involved with the vice commissioner's vacancies. We are not here to play politics. We forgot our checkbooks. Ha. We are here, what we're here for is to look you guys in the eye, thank you for those of us who tried to stick up for us. Miss Everett, who's not here today, and the other gentlemen who asked questions and tried to get us a February season, we thank you. We watched that, we appreciated that. And today, those of you who asked questions and stuck up for us on the recreational side, we also appreciate that as well. But we're here to let the ones know who voted to close it that you made a huge mistake. We're also here to make sure those of you that are left and don't actually fish, that you hold immense power in our worlds and our livelihoods. Your lack of direct understanding of the healthiest fishery in Virginia's ocean with this February closure has cost thousands in income, and some businesses who depend on that fishery to make it through the winter to close and seek other employment. PHC, which is the Plan Hooky Charters, made $8,400 last February, with the mate making close to $2,400. These funds make a huge difference for us in the winter. Sure, you will say it's our fault. We picked this job. But you're wrong. We always save up funds to make it through the winter. And with the best sea bass fishing in decades, none of us would dare think that it could be closed in February, especially after all the strict call-ins and reporting we did, so you could still take it away and blame the feds. No striped bass access inside 3 miles. The togs are destroyed in Virginia's ocean, and the only other viable, completely healthy fishery is closed. Say goodbye to any income for 3 to 4 months. Bad call, guys. We didn't even keep any sea bass in December, thinking that we'd be catching and eating them in February. You literally took 5 meals off of my children's table this month. I mean it. And there are these guys here as well. My mate had just had a newborn daughter. Other captains have had to close their charters, drive school buses, and operate cranes to survive, while some are completely unemployed directly to your vote, due to your vote. This was not thought out and done at the last second with no regard to the charter fleet who depends on this fishery to make it through the winter. Your decisions matter. Our lives matter. There is a major problem with data collection methods that we pray are made better with a Recreational Reform Act in the works. Charter boats, VTRs, need to be used counting fish, providing the best and most accurate landings. New daily pictures don't lie. If we weren't catching fish, we would be out of business, period. The federal biomass estimates that the state allotments of black sea bass are completely wrong. The biomass is way bigger than they think. It's way too low and doesn't take into account all the new technology, like chips, and that show structures to everyone, and the surge in new fishermen and boaters post-corona. This directly contributes to more fish caught. Plus, if the fishery is very healthy and there are way more fish than they think, then that would explain reaching old, inaccurate numbers. Last summer up north in New York fought the federal reduction and got 26% more commercial quota, claiming a healthy fishery, and they won. Please look at the MRIP chart. The MRIP does nothing but rips off Virginia. New York gets 30%, and Virginia gets 6% for the last 3 years, recreational quota? That cannot be acceptable. You cannot let this happen to us, all Virginians. In 2020, 4.2 million pounds of black sea bass were caught commercially, worth over $12 million. This is the most sea bass caught commercially ever recorded, or since 1981 when they started trying to count. But there needs to be a recreational reduction. They always say follow the money and you'll see who's in charge. Well, I have to believe the regulators are being lazy or being bribed by commercial interests like we don't want to believe, but have been told exactly that by way too many people, way too many times. Who knows? One important factor to consider when accepting any recommendations coming from those who want a reduction is the state waters argument. 60% of the black sea bass are caught inside of state waters. 0 of Virginia's keeper sea bass are caught inside of state waters. This means that the federal reduction will not affect any of the northern states and will only hurt us. You all have to know that we have to travel, you guys gotta know this, that we all have to travel 15 to 60 miles for us to have a limit of sea bass. You also have to know that it takes us a few hours to get there, and all of us here can catch our limits. We can catch our limits in 1 to 2 hours, 75 fish, 45 minutes sometimes. It got better towards the end of the season. The fish are so thick out there, we catch them 4 and 5 at a time, all keepers, a lot of places and times. I have tons of videos from December 21, and we all have hundreds of full dock shots to accurately prove this. We have put a ton of time in days, evenings, NOAA Zoom calls, 3 hours long, AM SMF meetings for half days, and online we watch you guys totally drop the ball on this one last month. Maybe it was supposed to happen this way, and I firmly believe it after earlier's meeting that this was supposed to happen this way to get us fired up and get us here today. We are here. We have vital information needed to more accurately measure a constantly changing and constantly evolving fisheries. Maybe we couldn't do your job. We're not asking you to do ours, but you need to understand our job a lot better. We provide a coastal service, entertainment, stress relief, and are a food providing outlet for hundreds of thousands of tourists, local sportsmen, and meat eaters. We are vital to any state economy, we are vital to any state's economy on the ocean, especially when it seems to count most to those in charge or laws or decisions financially. We bring in millions of dollars for this state when we are allowed to fish. This is all a little bit of PTSD from COVID when you guys closed this and the state allowed the restaurants to open up and you wouldn't let us fish. Then we got funds to help us due to a forced closure. Well, we don't want your money. We just want to fish. Let us fish. Let us work. Let us survive. Do not accept the reductions for Virginia's sake. Leave the 2020 regulations the way they are, including make a motion for that today. No shorter season, same size, and bag limits. Stand up to the feds. Let us know how we can help to make sure you understand any fishery's current state in Virginia. We're here, especially this time of year. We are your eyes and your ears out there. Y'all can open sea bass right now. This very minute, if you wanted to. Vote right in front of us, right now. You could do that. For what, 6 more days? Give us the February? Pause, grill them.
Mr. Pappas.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
It's almost done.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. This is important to us. I know it's probably seems long to you guys, and I know it is. Or we can get chased off the wrecks by the commercial guys catching 5 sea bass at a time, loading up trash cans full of sea bass in our faces right now. This just happened to a colleague of mine last week. We have the photos, you know. The worst thing is you guys can do is not understand there's absolutely nothing else to fish for without getting destroyed by sea bass. Try putting an expensive chunk of crab down on a wreck for a tog. Good luck. You'll be covered in sea bass before you can even make it to the bottom. If it makes it to the bottom, you'll still catch 99% keeper, grade A large sea bass. Delicious. Please come fish with us. Bring a mask. Just kidding. But seriously, I'll personally take every single one of you fishing for free. Let's roll. We just need one of your special research permits like we got for the last 3 years in a row to kill and study sea bass in April for 2021. We ran 12 trips studying the migration patterns with satellite electronic tags and tags as well as conventional plastic. This research demonstrated an extremely healthy sea bass fishery and nursery 0 to 70 miles off of the coast of Virginia. I'm personally part of that. Thank you for your time, your patience, and consideration. We have many more points and valuable insights to share with y'all to help separate Virginia from the tail end of the northern states scraps. Good luck, good for them, bad for us. Please help us now and make sure the new commissioner knows that we are concerned, enraged, disgusted, feel backstabbed, let down, and ready to work and are the best part of the solution in real-time information. We are actually smarter than we look. We care about the health, sustainability, and access of our fisheries. Godspeed in fixing this and letting the public know that you have our back and theirs in the future, unlike this time. Make a clear announcement, unlike the cowardly closure with no statement to the public from the VMRC, either through an email or social networks, which should be required by any governing body. We respectfully request transparency, accountability, and a much better understanding at the fishery being discussed and voted on. Whoever closed February sea bass didn't have all the information they needed to make the right decision for Virginians. That's why we're here. Let's get it right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Pappas, appreciate you attending today. You're obviously very passionate about the resource, and we appreciate that as well. However, just to clarify, we heard this issue last month, correct? Black sea bass. I do not recall anyone attending in opposition.
That's correct. Nobody made it.
So,
can I defend that real quick?
Well,
I would love to.
I mean,
we were told it was a virtual meeting. I got the thing that said it was a virtual meeting. That's the only reason I was here besides my daughter that day, because once I found out that morning that it wasn't a virtual meeting, I almost ditched my daughter. That's how close it got. But I was told through the group text that it was a virtual meeting.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Sorry.
We haven't had virtual meetings in 6 or 8 months. I'm not sure where that information came from, but it should not have come from any of our staff. But this was a regulation change, correct, Mr. Gear? And it was properly noticed and advertised. And I'm sorry if you didn't know about it or others, but we did what we had to do last month. And I'm sorry that you're just now getting to speak against it, and we'll take your information and concerns.
And ask you to
But we acted upon this last month.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any comments or questions for Mr.
It was not in the
Pappas?
public, guys. This was not released. You know what you did?
Well-
You took off the ability to get the permit. That's all you did.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Pappas. Mr. Gear, can you just address and clarify what we did last month regarding the fisheries issue?
I'll let you get there.
We did have a meeting, you know, we announced it as we normally do. It was on our website. It was advertised accordingly that we were not going to open the February season, and that's primarily because the Fed's going to require a 28% reduction. So we felt that that reduction that we're trying to deal with now, plus whatever we catch in February has to go, so whatever, the February season is a very popular season, but whatever we catch, those days have to be removed later on in the season. So that's, historically, it's been between 15 and 21 days. We'd have to take off the regular season, which was May 15th through the end of December.
But everything was advertised. and
Everything was
processed, correct?
advertised properly.
Okay, that's all we really need. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Pappas?
I don't have any questions, I just have a comment.
Sure, Mr. France.
As with the menhaden issue that we talked about before, and this issue, basically just speaking for myself, I have to go by staff recommendations and the science that I hear. And as with the menhaden, now we're making steps forward to take another look, a deeper look into it. And, you know, maybe we could do the same thing for this black sea bass, but, you know, that's what we have to go on as commissioners, especially myself. I'm speaking for myself. I have to be on the conservative side because I don't want anything to happen to this fishery.
Right.
And that's what I have to go on. So, you know, I don't have to explain, but I just wanted you to know
I appreciate that.
where I come from.
I would like to add that I spoke with Emily from Garfo, and she could not believe that Virginia didn't try to take a February season. She told me that on an hour and a half phone conversation. And you know what else she mentioned? She couldn't believe that we didn't take that because it doesn't actually affect any of it. And they also said we are having a meeting at AMSMA FFC to go ahead and reduce the reduction because we think that's wrong. We've heard from everybody that's wrong. So Mr. Greer just came up here and gave you an inaccurate statement because it's not 28%. It's been changed to 20% now. 21, thank you, but you could have said that a second ago and telling us 28. So our 21% is now our new reduction, so not even knowing what the reduction would be, she could not believe it. Now, let me just tell you this as well. Your 15 days you take in May, cobia, black drum, red drum, spadefish, trout, puppy drum, bluefish. These are things you can fish for on charters, all by themselves together. February, sea bass. You took away sea bass in February. There's nothing else to fish for, and that's what happened. Okay, we weren't here, but that's what that's where we're living with.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Mr. Pappas. Thank you. Do you need to clarify anything, Mr. Gear?
We will be bringing this before the commission next month. We are in the final process of coming up. Yes, it is 21%. We met in February with ASMFC and the council, and we're able to get that 28% down to 21%.
Okay.
We have to put in a conservation equivalency plan. We're working on that with the Mid-Atlantic states, and we hope we will have that before you next month. So April. I'm sorry, April.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you for the clarification.
And what we're here is to ask you to reject that. We want you to make a motion to reject that when it happens because Virginia has the healthiest sea bass fishery it's ever had.
Well, this is what we'll do. If there are any members of the commission that are in agreement to make a motion regarding Mr. Pappas's concern for a black sea bass, please let that be known. Sorry, Mr. Pappas.
I appreciate it. No, seriously, I genuinely appreciate you thinking about it.
Are there any other speakers today for the public comment period? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Please state your name and raise your right hand.
Richard Vaughn.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And I run the Why Not charters out of Virginia Beach, and I'd like to make a couple comments. And this is the first time in front of this board, so first time to me in front of this board. Well, I'd like to make some comments in regards to this black sea bass fishery. From what I'm being told by VMRC officials and others, that VMRC will follow along with what ASMFC recommends, that they won't buck that. And from what I'm hearing from sitting here for the last hour is, I feel that's probably true. But I'm in agreement with Mr. Pappas. They've got it wrong. The research is wrong. I sat there at every webinar for the ASMFC and watched every webinar and paid attention to every word stated, their research is wrong, and they admit it is wrong, and is a knee-jerk response to the data they have, MRIP data, the commercial data. Never did anybody ever mention the VTR data that we submit. That's true real-time data, and no mention's ever made of that. But the data coming out of the ASMFC or the TC's recommendations for the 28%, the original recommendation for the 28%, is just, it's ludicrous. I did the happiest dance I've ever done when I finally saw that they were going to reduce it to 20.7% actually, I think, and that wasn't 21%, but anyways. For us, yeah, we're splitting hairs. This sea bass fishery took money out of our pockets. This closure, this what I'll call a knee-jerk response by VMRC, it took money out of all of our pockets. The wintertime, we save up for the wintertime. That's when we spend the majority of our money. New equipment, new repairs, preparing for the new year. And those savings, they're depleted by that. Well, we've got the February sea bass. We'll put some money back in our pockets. Gone. And now the recommendations coming out of the ASMFC for the 5 14-inch fish, and every one of my customers, I ran 100 trips this year, every one of my customers, or 90% of them, have already sent me messages and said, we're done, we can't afford, that, and I don't blame them. Nobody can afford to pay a charter now to go sea bass fishing. So guess what we're going to do? We're going to flounder fish, and we're going to trigger fish. And guess what it's going to do to those stocks? We're going to hurt them, and we're going to hurt them because we can't. There's no need to bass fish because you'll catch your 5 bass while you're flounder fishing. So we're going to ruin the flounder. And we're going to ruin the trigger fish, which we've got amazing trigger fishery coming in. And we're going to ruin that as well. And then what's going to happen, never once did I hear any mention of this, is the bycatch. The bycatch rate, the mortality rate for the sea bass that we do catch, it's going to go off the charts. You know why? Because everybody, if we can't keep a 5, we're going to be looking for the biggest 5. Guess what happens to those fish in 100 foot of water when we catch those 14, 15, 16-inch fish that we're going to throw back because we want 18, 19, 20s? They're going to die. Every one of them. So that mortality rate is going to go off the charts. Our customers are saying, And the other thing that's going to happen is the population, which has exploded for the sea bass in Virginia, is going to decimate the food source on those offshore wrecks. Decimated. Every crab, every squid, every minnow, everything there is to eat is going to be decimated by the sea bass stocks because they're going to explode. And then the other fish, such as the flounder and the triggerfish, they're going to suffer tremendously. And y'all will see it in the numbers eventually. But that's, I'm in support for everything Bill said. I think what I would hope to do is I would hope to see VMRC be an advocate for the fishery, an advocate for the fishermen, which sometimes I doubt is the case, but I hope going forth with this sea bass, I know the next month is going to be an important part of that with the regional proposals that are having to be submitted for the ASMFC. Stand up to those guys. Let us have our fishery. Let us have it. Raise the size limit a half an inch or an inch, or cut us back to 10, 13, so something like that. But these recommendations are just ludicrous. And Okay, I guess that's about all I need to say. I mean, Bill said most of it, but
Understand. Let's see if anyone has any questions for you, Mr. Ball. Any questions, Mr. Ball? Appreciate your time and your
Thank you.
information. Thank you. Yes, Mr.
One
Gear.
last thing, just to clarify, what the gentlemen are talking about is if the states did not accept the original 28% cut, which is now 20.7, NIMS would have to enforce a non-preferred coastwide measures, which was 14 inches and minimum size, 5 fish bag limit, and a season of May 15th through September 21st. But the states did accept that reduction, which gives us the ability to use conservation equivalency, which allows us to build a plan that will work for us. Okay? So I'm telling these gentlemen, please be patient. We're going to finish that up this week. It's not going to look anything like that. Okay?
Okay, and you're saying this will come back in April?
Yes.
Possible agenda? Okay. All right, no further public comment. Let's move into our habitat items. Item 9, the Mariners Museum. Mr. Nettleton.
Morning, Commissioner, Associate Commissioners. Hold up this slide. Okay, the project before you is from the Mariners Museum in Newport News. They're requesting authorization to rehabilitate the low-level outlet, concrete wing wall, and primary spillway of the Lions Bridge Dam, which is along Museum Drive and adjacent to the James River. Articulated concrete block matting will be installed and planted to create 26,059, or 0.6 of an acre, of vegetated tidal wetlands along the toe of this dam. This project does require a vacates permit and a dune and beach permit, as the City of Newport News has not adopted that ordinance, so you are the default board. The location of the Lions Bridge Dam, again, you can see it's on the north shore of the James River. Down here is Route 17, the James River Bridge. Zoomed in here, it has an impoundment behind it, the Mariners Lake. There's trails, you may be familiar. And then the next slide here shows the very close-up of the dam. It is a historic waterway. All of your jurisdiction will be on the south side, so let me turn on my pointer. On this side of the shoreline, at the natural shoreline of the James River, is where that articulated concrete matting will be located, and the beach impacts that exist along this area. So jumping from this image into a plan view drawing of the location, which may take a minute to pull up, because I know when I'm pulling from the shared drive, it tends to do that. Yeah, here we go. So this is, again, on the left side of the project, the aerial that you just saw. The solid yellow line is your mean high water mark. The blue line is the mean low water mark. You can see over here, this light blue color is a little bit of subaqueous impact. That's the portion of this project that needs a permit from the subaqueous portion. The rest of it is all dune and beach impacts. So this red shading down here is riprap that will be placed over the beach that's existing to reinforce and anchor this dam slope. Moving along to the right side of the dam that you saw a plan view of. It continues along, you can see the shoreline. All of this reinforcement is above mean low water, so it's all within the dune and beach jurisdiction. And you can see again that red is this rock footprint that will be placed. Looking at the cross sections, depending on the elevation, you can see the rock will at some points be exposed. So you'll have the shoreline and the waves breaking on riprap. In other locations, the toe of the riprap will be buried, and you can see then sand fill will be placed above, and then wetlands planting will exist on top of that. So that will be your living shoreline, this being the toe of this slope. This is the current outfall of the dam, the main outfall, where the water spills out. They're going to reinforce the riprap here, 556 square feet, and replace this concrete wing wall. This is the area where the subaqueous impacts occur. And this is the planting plan, so you can see there'll be 20,102 square feet of high marsh, which is indicated in the green color, and then 5,957 square feet of low marsh in the purple color, and that's Spartina patens, the upper marsh, and Spartina alterniflora in the purple as the low marsh. So just to walk through the pictures of the site, this is where the farthest north of the project is in the subaqueous impact area. I'm standing on the low-level outfall right here, which is shown on right. So you can see the riprap will be added to this area, and this failed wing wall will be replaced. Continuing down the beach, you can see where the riprap toe will be on these pink flags. And then above that will be graded to a gentler slope and planted with vegetation. Continuing down the shoreline again, the orange is the toe of the riprap where it will be exposed. And this is your limits of disturbance from the grading will basically go up the slope and then be planted. Continuing down again from this low-level intake structure, you have the footprint of the project then curving back here, so it'll nourish on this side of the beach with additional fill. And then the end of the project, where there's a bit more of an escarpment, again, you can see the toe of the riprap and then the limits of disturbance all within a beach. So again, summarizing the impacts, there's 1,600 square feet total subaqueous impacts from regrading and fill. 130 square feet will be converted from a subaqueous bottom to an intertidal riprap. For the beach impacts, again, there's 24,012 square feet of total impact, and that's from the grading and the placement of the riprap and the plantings. 1,670 square feet will be converted to intertidal riprap that's exposed. That could be oyster habitat. And then a total of 26,059 square feet of plantings will occur along the toe, and those are the wetlands plantings. So staff does find that this project meets the criteria in the Code of Virginia, and that the public benefits of these plantings outweigh the detriments. I will also note that this project is specifically to come into compliance with the Department of Conservation and Recreation's new dam safety regulations, so it is an essential project. And we do recommend approval with the following condition, which the agent has agreed to, that only clean sand fill be used for the wetlands planting within the limits of tidal influence. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Any questions of staff? Ben, I have a question. Could you go back to the cross-sectional drawing? I just want to make sure I understand what I'm looking at.
Faster to go
back one or two. Yeah,
there it is.
Right in. I'm trying to make sure the lower drawing. Can you detail that again for me? What I'm looking at and low tide and high tide and the rock, et cetera.
Sure. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit here on that one. Okay, so this cross-section, what you're looking at here is that the existing grade will be matched. So mean high water and mean low water are actually off here. Oh, my pointer's gone again. Are off here. And so in this location, this is a high elevation example. So the riprap will be up beyond our jurisdiction and the mean high water will be buried. And this grading will come down to the location of mean high water. So I'd have to show you the detailed cross sections.
So is the riprap buried?
Yes, yes. So
okay.
My cursor's frozen, but this here is the articulated concrete brick.
Uh-huh.
This is then the sand fill, and then this is the soil, which will now be sand as well, with the wetlands plants planted on top of it.
Okay.
So this is buried in this situation. This is a different cross-section where those orange stakes will be exposed. It's just an elevational difference. So same kind of thing, the articulated concrete matting comes down, you have the sand fill and plantings, and then it ends with the riprap, and then matches the existing grade, and the beach mean high water would be out here.
Okay, so is it also fair to state that the primary project is the dam rehabilitation?
Yes.
And then the articulated concrete block matting and plantings is sort of the secondary?
The concrete block matting is necessary for the dam stabilization. That's one of the requirements of DCR. The plantings are what's kind of the secondary, just to green up the project and make it look nicer. And you'll note in your letter, VIMS did have concerns with the stability of those plantings, that they may wash away, but since those plantings are not part of the primary project purpose, we're still recommending approval. The plantings concerns were raised to the agent, and there may be a modification coming. We'll probably hear more about that. But they're understanding that if they redesign with the sill, that they'll have to come before the commission again.
Okay, and the commission is being asked to act as the Beaches and Dunes Board as well?
That's correct, because of the concrete and block matting and the riprap will be within the beach footprint, which goes up to the scarp.
Okay. All right, is the applicant represented or present today? Yeah. Would you like to come forward?
Good engineer, Arcadis, and then the permitting consultant, wetland studies.
I'm sorry.
I'm representative of both the Mariners Museum and the City of Newport News.
Okay, state your name and raise your right hand, please.
Travis Davis.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sure do, yes.
Okay. Would you like to add to Mr. Nettleton's presentation or on behalf of the Mariners Museum?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any questions for the representative? Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone in favor of the proposal? Anyone in opposition? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Ben. We have a recommendation for approval from Habitat Management staff. Do we have a motion? Mr. France? Is there a second? Mr. Ballard, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Aye, chair votes aye. Unanimously approved, the Mariners Museum project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 10, Duffy and, Depew, am I saying that correctly, Jeff? Pugh and Cheryl Duffy?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner, Council, and associate members. I will have a little housekeeping measure. This morning, when I met Mr. Blankenship in the lobby, he supplied me with a letter that he submitted to the Northumberland County Wetland Board. Mr. Blankenship is the protestant for the project, and he'd like this to be entered into the record. I'd like to draw your attention to the northern neck, to the Lottsburg area of Northumberland County. Just take a moment to power this up. Mr. and Mrs. Duffy are requesting authorization to install a riprap sill with sand backfill and vegetative plantings to create a 3,400 square foot living shoreline adjacent to their property situated along the Cone River at 408 Lake Landing Drive in Northumberland County. You'll see it here. The Potomac River, it's rests in a cove off of I believe we call it Schooner Cove, off the Cone River. There's the Duffy property. Of course, here you'll see this, the bay's out here, Potomac River, and this is Maryland. So here's the applicant's property. Once again, the Cone River is to your right. You'll see they're jutting out on a promontory. There's the protestant property, Mr. John Blankenship. He's a little further into that cove. I've moved a little bit closer to it. You can see a couple of items here. The green dots are just my representation of the approximate beginning and the end of this fish hook shaped sill. And of course, once again, the protestant's property is identified. The applicant's east-facing property is located along the Cone River, which I just mentioned, but it happens to have a fetch of over a mile at this location. A large portion of this property is currently stabilized by an aging timber bulkhead, which I've noted on the slide. You'll see pictures of it in a few moments. What Mr. and Mrs. Duffy would like to do is to install a living shoreline treatment. To accomplish this, the Duffys are requesting authorization to construct a 242 linear foot gapped riprap sill with a maximum 10-foot base width. The sill will be aligned a maximum 22 feet channelward of mean low water. You'll see I pointed out the plan view drawing. You'll see it in green here. There is a weir right here, or a window, a saddle in the sill. Then we come down along the face of it, along the shank. This has the greatest fetch, and then we turn into the lower, a slightly lower turbidity area, or less fetch, and then there's another opening here, a gap here, and then we come ashore. The section, as I mentioned a moment ago, with the greatest fetch will be 1 foot above the mean high water elevation. Additional erosion protection will be offered by the placement of 220 cubic yards of beach quality sand behind the sill. As you can see in this slide, this is section AA. This is along the shank of the fish hook shaped sill, and you can see that it will in fact be, as if proposed and if permitted, will be 1 foot above the mean high water elevation. When you go around the fish hook to the lower less dynamic area, the sill is lower, and that's around the edge. And then this last one here, this shows where the weir will be up next to the Blankenship property. This will allow fauna to ingress and egress behind. That's what those gaps are for. This is the planting schedule for the planting of the area behind the sill. They will be proposing to create a 3,400 square foot area behind there. Here, now we're looking on the site, and this is from the end of the fish hook. We're looking across at the adjacent property owner. He was in favor of the project. He attended the hearing but did not voice any opposition to the project. Now I'm standing on the pier from the end. Now I've turned around and I'm looking at, this is the section right here. Along here is where the sill will come ashore. And this is pretty much the limit of the Wetland Board's jurisdiction in this area. And then we go around the bend to the longest end. As you can see, that cone opens up quite a bit right here. And now I've walked around that shore and I'm looking straight down the old timber bulkhead. Mr. Blankenship's property is just beyond Ms. Hine right there, right in this area here. As you can see, it's a non-vegetated shoreline, but I'd like to point out that there is a significant amount of relief on the Duffy property that is not present in the Blankenship property. If we were allowed to go over onto that property, you would see that Mr. Blankenship's property slopes gently up to his house. We've turned around and now we're looking down the longest access of the sill, and the sill will be to the left out here. And there will be, the sill will run along here, then it will be planted, and then it will be vegetated. As I mentioned a moment ago, the project is protested by the downstream property owner, Mr. John Blankenship. In his letter of protest dated, received July 26, 2021, he expressed his concern that the structural integrity may not be adequate and may result in damage to his adjacent property. Mr. Blankenship points out that the clay marl under the beach nourishment and the riprap has poor compressive strength. He additionally doubts that the top of the sill could be maintained at 1 foot above the mean high water elevation. The applicant's request, at the applicant's request, the project was reviewed by the Department of Conservation and Recreation's Shoreline Erosion Advisory Service. In their extensive report, SEAS recommended the construction of a trapezoidal riprap marsh sill with a 2-to-1 slope and a crest elevation of 1 foot above the mean high water elevation. The report also recommended that the sill be backfilled and planted with appropriate wetland vegetation. This recommendation was incorporated into the design. Prior to the January 10th, 2022 Wetland Board hearing, the Virginia Institute of Marine Science conducted a site visit, which was where we took these pictures. At that time, VIMS recommended that gaps be incorporated into the design and indicated that a geotechnical analysis of the foundation sediment was not necessary for such a small project. They had no additional comment. They wanted to be sure that 2 gaps were incorporated in the construction. And at that meeting was VMRC staff, was VIMS staff, the applicant was there, the agent was there, and so was the county. As a summary and recommendation, while the commission staff is sensitive to the concerns expressed by the protestant, we feel that the proposed project was designed to meet the requirements of the Commonwealth's existing living shoreline regulation. Specifically, Section 28.2104.1D of the Code of Virginia and the Commission's recently updated tidal wetland guidelines, they specify that a living shoreline treatment be utilized unless the best available science shows that such approaches are not suitable. The comments from VIMS and SEAS provide further support to this opinion. Accordingly, after evaluating the merits of the project and considering all the factors contained in Section 28.2.1205 and Section 28.2.104D of the Code of Virginia, staff recommends approval of the project as proposed. I stand by to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Madden. Any questions for staff? Is the applicant present or represented? Sure, come forward.
If you would like to use this, just toggle
Okay.
left or right.
For photographs. I'm sorry. My name is Depew Duffy.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
I'll keep it brief. I do have some pictures. Does this project?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'm technologically impaired, so if somebody can help me with that.
Sure. Wait, Jeff, I think he wants to show them on the screen.
It's okay.
This is always a question for me.
I think it's coming up. There you go.
Okay, this, and I will keep this brief. This is 22 years ago, 2000. We had quite a bit of waterfront. We had marsh grasses. We had a gradually sloping bank going up to the house. And you can see my beautiful wife enjoying the waterfront. The next page is after Hurricane Isabel, and that was in 2003. And I think in a minute you'll see the contrast between what I showed first and this one. This was the destruction. We now have a cliff instead of a beautiful waterfront. The next picture down below, these are both Isabel. We began to restore it by cutting the bank back, and we put up a 12-inch retaining wall. The next page, and we thought we had everything under control. We had resloped the bank, put dirt in. 3 years later, Tropical Storm Ernesto came by. And again, you can see now the retaining wall is even higher, trying to protect from erosion. It's now destruction all over again. So the next picture again is still Ernesto. And then the final picture, I think you saw a pretty good representation in what Mr. Madden showed, but this is now what we're faced with. So my wife's not about to go down there and play with the dogs in front of this. In 2008, to try to address this problem, we asked SEAS to come by and have somebody take a look, and that was Michael Van Landingham. In 2008, his recommendation was that we do a living shoreline. I wanted to think about it, so 12 years later, we asked him to come back, and that was just in 2020. Unfortunately, while I was hoping he'd come up with something a little cheaper, he not only informed me that his recommendation was now not just a recommendation, but was a law. So that's why we went ahead at this time to do it, and I appreciate your comments and a chance to address anything that our neighbor has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else present that is in favor of the application request? Anyone in favor? Okay, is there anyone present that's in opposition? Yes, sir. Please come forward.
I'm having a foot problem this morning, excuse me.
It's okay. Take your time.
I'm John Blankenship.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you.
First off, I'd like to start by saying that this is my first and last meeting in front of this group.
I feel so smart, so small with the problems you've been addressing this morning. It's almost an embarrassment to be standing here.
That's why we're here. Go ahead.
I know. I'm John Blankenship. I'm from Fredericksburg, Virginia. I own a lot of the house on 420 Lake Landing Drive, which is east of the Duffy property. The first time that I saw the plans for this project, the first thing that popped in my mind was the experience I had recently had, and it's documented in my letter there, the original letter, of trying to extend my dock 10 feet, making the L head larger, putting a 30-foot boathouse and a 12,000-pound lift. And in the process of doing that, we started off, the contractor had 30-foot pilings. He was convinced would be enough. The first one, we sat down and got erect, hit a love tap, went to make it vertical, and the thing went down by itself. It drove itself. Time out. So he said, well, wait here. So we went over to the next one, pulled up a nut and set it up. It did the same thing. Meanwhile, the Ellen was still going down, okay? And anyway, to make a long story short, it's all in that document, but it was just an absolute horror story. I ended up having to pull all the 30s. There's only 2 involved there, but the rest of them were in the water. Pulled all of them out, went and got 40s, had to get a different pile driver. It was a horror story, okay? And it ended up, after experimenting around, that apparently there's blue marl under this area. And when I first heard Hap talking about this, the first thing that popped in my mind was, gee, I mean, he needs to know about my experience here, okay? The seal weighs 1.5 tons per foot, and based on my experience here, which this experience was less than 100 feet from where he's proposing to put this seal. So I don't know what it's going to take in the way of a footing, okay, to support the seal. It's my understanding that the seal is very, very important that the seal be maintained at least for a couple of years at the proper height. In other words, if it depresses in any way at all, then the plants will not have had a root system, okay, will survive anything. So my initial concern truly was the lack of foundation. Well, since then, we had several meetings. One of them was with Mike Landingham. I can't tell you. I think he's somehow tied in with the county.
No, sir, he's with the Seas organization with DCR.
You know who I'm talking about? Okay.
Yes, sir.
He met with us, and I explained my concerns. And in a way, when I left that meeting, I felt kind of good, because he said, yeah, in cases of bad foundation, there's commercially available things that you can lay down prior to putting the load on that will basically reduce the number of pounds per square foot and allow you to build a structure. So I felt good when I left there, and I thought, well, okay. I said, the only other thing is weather, because as far as I'm concerned, we have what I consider a high energy storm area. Now, the definition of that, the classic definition of it, you have to have 1.5 miles of fetch. Well, now, what Phil had just presented there was a little incorrect, the view he had there. Our property is not at the end of Schooner's Cove. We're just at the beginning of Schooner's Cove. If you go in and kind of make a left, Schooner's Cove is way up in there. In other words, we're not in Schooner's Cove. And in fact, if you look at that drawing one more, what he had here. Okay.
Which would you like?
The picture overall.
I'm bowl back?
No, going back. Please.
There?
Whoa. I don't know how to point to it. The red in the area here, this is not Schooner's Cove. Schooner's Cove is over to your left.
Use the arrow.
Okay.
Use that.
And the reason it's called Schooner's Cove, apparently many years ago when they had sailing ships and all, people that were out in the bay that encountered storms or whatever, they could come up here and hide, but they hid way up in there. Now, what I'm talking about, the fetch here, it's not 1.5 miles straight out from the red, okay? I don't know how far it is, but we can really get some really nasty storms coming in through this inlet directly at my dock and Duffy's shoreline there. Well, all of this came to the head on October the 29th. I got a call from my neighbor, Marty Jewell, who's on the other side of me, and he's not here today because he's not adjoining property line. But he called me to let me know that there was a bad storm right then. He said the wind he thought was 60 miles an hour. He says, to make a long story short, your deck boards are being flung up on the dock, on the bank. I said, really, how many? I said, you mean just 2 or 3? He says, no, a large number, okay. Well, I inquired whether I should go down there, and he said, nope, nothing you can do about it. So I went the very next day, and when you're saying that I have a slope line up to my house, that's incorrect. There's a marsh area. My house is up probably 25 or 30 feet above the marsh and the water. Well, the instant I got there that day, I looked down, and the instant I saw what happened to my dock and my neighbor's dock as well, I realized right then that no living shoreline, okay, that was new or within 2 years of being installed could have possibly have survived that. Because it took 27 of my boards, okay, and put them up on the dock. My neighbor's dock, as we speak right now, has hired a contractor, and it's being replaced, okay? So I look at this as that this living shoreline, I'm sure it's appropriate some places, but this area here is extremely high energy. We have a history, now I've only had this property since 2009, but I've got enough pictures to put in a scrapbook of the trees that I've lost, and we're talking about large trees, okay, very high wind. So the concern I have is that the living shoreline for the first 2 years has to have 2 good growing seasons. And being a novice that I am, and I don't understand northeasters or anything else, did a little bit of look on the internet, and I won't read all of this, but it's quite eye-opening to me. It was an article that says top 5 facts of northeasters versus hurricanes. And it says that northeasters occur every year. The Northeast sees 1 hurricane make landfall every 5 years, while annually we have 20 to 40 northeasters. Beginning in October and ending in April, the northeaster season runs for 7 months. The frequencies of northeasters is much higher than hurricanes, and out of the 20 to 40 annual storms, at least 2 are severe. And one other area, one more piece, and I won't read too much. There's a lot of information available, and I'm just trying to give it a gist here. But it says massive amounts of precipitation and storm surge combined with severe winds strike coastal areas throughout the storm. All of these factors combine to cause immense damage. Northeasters have the potential to cause massive amount of damage. However, they are often missed as low-risk events. Compounded by a lack of universal rating skills, northeaster data is rarely compiled in a way that demonstrates their ability to generate damage.
Mr. Blankenship?
Yeah?
I don't mean to try and speed you up, but
Okay.
can you tell us exactly
okay.
what your problem is with the proposal?
Well,
and if
the
you have
problem-
another alternative that you think should be incorporated?
Well, I'm not a design engineer.
Okay.
Wait here, let me rephrase that. I am a design engineer, but not in mechanical. I'm a mechanical. The bottom line here is that I don't think the living shoreline, I think it's way too fragile. It takes too long. It takes 2 years for the root system to establish a good base in the sand. Okay, that's my real concern. The Duffys have a legitimate concern about their obligation to replace sand and plants. Okay, they're worried about replacing them, and I'm worried about where in the hell did they go? Because I've got an expensive dock over there, okay, that's less than 100 feet away that I don't want to lose water depth. So we got a platform of sand here. Well, We got a platform of sand here that's basically 20 inches higher than the surrounding beach, and the only thing that's holding it there, most of it, is filter cloth and seal. Now, there's a couple of openings, one of which is actually toward my dock. If this storm had hit if that project had been there on the 29th, okay, it would have destroyed that living shoreline. It would have put it everywhere, especially over my place.
Okay.
That's the bottom line. Now, you're asking, is there a solution here? They deserve a waiver. This thing needs to be fixed. I'm all for them, okay? Whenever they're successful, I'm successful, okay? I'm for this thing to be fixed, okay? I just think this design is way too fragile, okay, for this particular storm area. That's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
Now, maybe it's as simple, and maybe they require a waiver. If they require a waiver, it would be my honor to sign it first, okay? And I'll help in any way it takes to get a waiver. Pictures, descriptions, whatever, okay?
Right. Well, just to clarify, we're hearing what was applied for. So if another design is incorporated or applied for in the future, that's in the future. But right now, we're processing what was
Okay.
applied.
Well, you were saying, is there something positive to say about this? And I'm going to give you one positive thing, okay? And then this is, just use this, somebody to have a springboard of actually putting together a group of people and come up with a design to get on with. Take the original wooden bolt cutter and leave it there, put filter cloth draped over it, put riprap against it, and make sure the riprap is at least 3 feet above high mean, and call it a day. It'll be rigid the day it's finished.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Blankenship? Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else in opposition of the proposal? Make sure I have the name correct. Mr. Duffy, would you like to come up for any rebuttal? You have a couple of minutes.
The fetch is actually 1.08 miles. No, I thought his presentation was valid. I certainly would be a lot cheaper to take the existing bulkhead that's there and put riprap against it. But the law doesn't allow me to do that. To address his concern about the marl, my obligation is to maintain the structure that we're going to put in. If the rocks do sink, as his pilings have tried to do, I'm really, by law, I have to come back and build it up again. So that's really all I have to say.
Understood. Understood.
Thank you.
Yes, there's a question, Mr. Ballard.
And perhaps this is a question for staff, but I think before the applicant gets approval on this, he should understand that if I'm correct, the law doesn't require him to put in a living shoreline. It makes him evaluate the uses of a living shoreline and whether it's appropriate here. And he can always come before the commission, whether staff agrees or not, with another proposal that will be evaluated. But there's no law that says he has to use a living shoreline in this
Thank you.
scenario.
Okay.
I have a question for Jeffrey, too.
Yes.
Just to summarize, so this is an application that was heard and approved by the Wetlands Board.
That's correct.
Correct? The proposal was also reviewed and supported by Virginia Institute of Marine Science.
Yes.
And SEAS.
Yes,
And now we are here for the subaqueous portion.
that's correct, sir.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm that. Any other questions or comments? Any questions from the commission? Mr. France?
So has an analysis been done that this shoreline will support that rock?
I would mention that the author of that report is right there.
Emily Hine from Virginia Institute of Marine Science.
So for a shoreline of this size, so small, geotechnical evaluations of the substrate are not typically recommended or conducted. An applicant, of course, could if they would like, but that's not something we recommend in this case. During construction, something like this, if there's any questions, the stone can be put in multiple lofts to let it settle, to see if there's problems that can be addressed during construction by the contractor. They're usually pretty good, well-versed if they've built this type of structures before. They know what to look for, they know how to build them.
I'm pretty familiar with this area, and I know that just last year alone, well, this rock structure is supposed to be a foot above the water. I know there would have been at least 3 storms that would have, if it was a foot, would have been 2 or 3 feet over. So this past year, so how would that affect this?
So any time that you're building a sill, you're not typically building it to be higher than the highest storm water. If it is overtopped, it is still a structure that is in the way to dissipate that wave energy. So you're getting less wave energy hitting the bank than you would had that structure not been there, even if it is overtopped. And that said, we did not design this structure. The agent for the applicant did that, and so we were evaluating what was designed, not providing one of our own. I believe C's did multiple evaluations, which should be part of your packets, and he does more of the design side of things.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Emily? Mr. Ballard?
But in your analysis of this, you did determine that the location met the standards for VIM's living shoreline and was suitable for such a structure?
Yes.
Okay.
Any further questions? Thank you, Emily. I'm sorry, man, we've completed the public comments.
That, but we couldn't hear anything she said. Could we get a transcript of it or something?
It is recorded, there's a video recording, and we will have the transcript.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. We've heard from the applicant and the protestant. There is a motion, or excuse me, there is a recommendation for approval. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Tankard. Is there a second? Mr. Ballard. Any discussion? I will say that on behalf of the applicant and agent, this is a delicate process and a balance of when to apply and seek living shoreline proposals. Obviously, the state and the science has been pushing applicants in this direction for some time, and it's really easy for people just to say, give me a new bulkhead or a riprap and let's go forward. So I do commend the applicant and agent for being creative and going in this direction when they could have sought something else that may have been approved as well. I do understand the protestants' concerns, but we do have to give applicants the opportunity to try and establish living shorelines when the science supports such measures. So I'm going to support it as well. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. Unanimously approved for Mr. Duffy. Thank you. Okay, item number 11, the Knowles 2 LLC.
I guess good morning, as my watch is right at 12 o'clock. Good afternoon, whichever the case. Mr. Commissioner, members of the commission. We're going to stay in the northern neck for this project as well. It's a little bit to the south in Lancaster County. The Knowles is, Knowles 2 is requesting authorization to dredge 2,525 cubic yards of subaqueous material in Upper Dunton Cove of Carter Creek to create an 810-foot long by 30-foot wide access channel with also 9 ancillary channels, or driveways, if you will, to existing and proposed piers in the cove to a maximum depth of -4 feet at mean low water. The material will be removed by barge-mounted excavator, dewatered on the barges, offloaded at the Rappahannock yachts across a bulkhead, disposed of in an approved upland location with transport in lined trucks. The project is protested by a nearby property owner who's actually up at the head of the cove. So here we are crossing the Rappahannock River into Lancaster, town of Irvington. As you leave Whitestone to drive into Irvington, there's a little bridge that goes over Carter Creek, and Dunton Cove is just to the right as you look to the north. Again, this shows the bridge going from Whitestone into Irvington, and Dunton Cove is one of the two forks of the upper reach of the eastern branch of Carter Creek. This is where the dredging will be. This was also in the application drawings. The disposal location, it's an upland pit. Earth Resources is the contractor, and they have lots of land that's upland and no fear of having that dredge material run back into state waters. And that's the disposal area. The purpose of the project is to improve navigable access to 9 waterfront parcels, 4 of which have existing piers on the northern side of the cove. You can see in the aerial photograph. Not all of the piers, not all of the applicants that own piers are participating in this, but 4 of them are, as well as you can see this large undeveloped parcel here has been now subdivided to account for additional 5 proposed private riparian non-commercial piers, and those piers are all exempt by code. They've been applied for and found to meet the criteria in code, so those piers are not part of this proposed application. They're authorized by statute. Nonetheless, those piers will also be participating, or the owners of those parcels will be participating in the dredging to get access to the proposed piers. That's shown a little more clearly here in the plan view drawing. Again, this is the fork in Eastern Branch Carter Creek up into Dunton Cove, the beginning of the dredge cut, and then moving further up into the cove, the termination of the dredge cut. The piers on the north side existing, and these are proposed piers along the south side. The protestant to the project is Mr. and Mrs. Cook, who own these 2 parcels at the very headwaters of Dunton Cove. A little bit better, closer look at the proposal. Again, the hatched areas would be both the 30-foot wide navigation channel going up into the cove, as well as these ancillary channels, driveways, I think Emily may have referred to them, Vims may have referred to them, but the idea being, to get up, give you enough room to maneuver to get into your dock and away from your dock. That same drawing, just with a little bit of detail on it, showing the proposed cross sections. It'll be in the next slide view. The ambient depths are -4 at the very beginning of the dredge cut to the southwest, ranging to about a foot. So up in this area, they'll be dredging down 3 feet, and in this area, they'll just be making sure they reach the existing 4-foot contour. This drawing will also show this black line is a turbidity curtain that the applicant has proposed to essentially enclose the area that's going to be disturbed during the dredging, so that the material that's resuspended doesn't travel all the way down the creek. It stays more localized. They'll open that up as they take the barges around down Carter Creek and around up into Irvington to offload them. Cross sections showing the dredge cut section A. You can see here it's a little bit more is being taken out. Section B, section C, D at the mouth, where about a foot is going to be taken out. You can see the side slopes. What they generally do is cut a box cut, and then the side slopes will somewhat slip in, so you get that natural repose. And that goes to the dredge buffer comments that you're going to be hearing momentarily, as well as this here. This is a depiction of the existing vegetated shoreline in some of the locations. We always require a 4x buffer, meaning x being the amount of material that's being removed. So if you're going from 1 foot to 4 feet, X represents 3, 3 by 4 is 12 feet of distance we want to keep separated off of the intertidal wetlands to prevent them from slumping in and falling into that dredge cut. This is at the uppermost reach of the cove, the last existing pier that will get access to this channel. The channel goes on beyond that pier a little bit to provide access for the pier to the right of the screen that hasn't been built yet. And I believe this is the Cook's property. I spoke with them last month. I didn't speak with them more recently. I don't know if they're here today. But there's 2 parcels up here under the name of Cook, and their protest letter is part of your packet. Now I'm looking the other direction toward the mouth of Dunton Cove and to the west, down toward Carter Creek proper. And you can see a couple of piles in this area here, which would be the main stem of the channel. And again, with ancillary channels going to, I don't believe this boathouse is a participant, but I believe the pier to the beyond that is a participant. Ambient depths in the cove range from -4 to -1, as I stated. The channel will be dredged to a maximum of -4. It widens to 40 feet. I'm sorry, the channel is 30 feet, but widens to 40 feet around the piers themselves to provide areas to maneuver to get your boat in and out. Again, material to be removed by barge-mounted excavator into hopper barges. The hopper barges go around to Irvington or offloaded at Rappahannock yachts and truck transported to the upland site. There are no leased oyster grounds within the project area. The nearest private lease is over half a mile downstream in Carter Creek. The contractor will use the turbidity curtain as mentioned, which is kind of a best management practice where practicable, where you can kind of enclose the area to be dredged and try to keep some of that resuspended material on site as opposed to letting it drift off site. And there are no SAVs anywhere near the project. Project protested by Mr. David Cook, who owns the 2 lots at the head of the cove. Mr. Cook objects to the proposed dredging and the new piers. He believes the shallow nature of the cove is environmentally sensitive and the project will have negative impacts on the ecosystem. He mentions that the area is subject to the Bay Act and has observed wildlife, including many species of birds, muskrats, turtles, deer, and other. He adds that the dredging will be detrimental to the fish and aquatic life and will only benefit the developer. VIM's comments are in the record dated January 18th, 2022, indicating they expect minimal environmental impacts provided the standard dredge buffers that I had mentioned, the 4X rule we use, are implemented. And that's been proposed and shown in the drawings. Corps of Engineers has already signed off on the project, and they also use the same buffers that we use. Again, no SAV, and VIMS didn't indicate a need for a time of year restriction for anadromous fish in this particular area. Given the project's adherence to the 4x buffer, a wetland permit from the Lancaster County Wetland Board was not required, as no tidal wetlands are directly impacted by the project. In summary, staff has reviewed the project, considered the comments provided by the protestant and VIMS. It would appear that the opposition is as much focused on the addition of additional piers to this cove as it is by the dredging itself. As stated previously, the piers are exempt by code. It's a by right waterfront riparian properties. So those have already been approved and not within the purview of the commission or today's discussion. According to VIMS, the project is likely to have only minimal adverse environmental impacts given its adherence to the buffer. The applicant's agent has proposed the use of the turbidity curtain and the dredging area, a turbidity curtain on the downstream end of the dredging area by the contractor, and standard best management practices will be used throughout. The material will be completely removed from the waterway, transferred by sealed trucks to an approved upland location. Accordingly, after evaluating the merits of the project and after considering all the factors contained in 28.2.1205A of the code, staff finds the proposal to be reasonable and permissible use of state-owned submerged lands, Accordingly, we recommend approval of the project as proposed with a royalty in the amount of $1,515, which is the standard rate for new dredging at 60 cents per cubic yard. Can answer any questions you may have. The agent is here for the project. I'm not sure if the applicant or the protestant is here.
Thank you, Jay. Any questions for staff? Mr. France?
Do you think this is something that, after this is done, is going to have to be done every 5 or 10 years or so?
It's very mucky, and there's a possibility. What I've seen over the years is if it's used and the boats keep going, coming and going, it'll stay open a little bit longer. That material will be resuspended and distributed. Our dredging permits usually have a condition that allows maintenance dredging, no deeper, no wider, same footprint, all the same conditions, up to 5 years afterwards. So if need be, they can come back in and get some spots that might have filled in. But you could see from this photo, at this point in time, we don't know who's going to build the pier on this uppermost lot, whether or not they're going to have a boat, but they do have that right. And given the fact that they were going to stay off of the marsh, in some cases, opening these channels up actually kind of increases some of the tidal flushing, so you might get a little bit better water quality.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Is the applicant or agent present who would like to speak?
Yes, Joseph Scott, P.O. Box 315, Kilmarnock, Virginia 22482.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, so I'm the agent for the applicants and the contractor. And Earth Resources is actually not the contractor. That's the disposal site. They're the contractor that the contractors, Docks of the Bay, who's done several of these, and Carter's Creek, and also they've done quite a bit down in Virginia Beach. And the material is going to be dug out by them and taken to Earth Resources site, which is a very large site, so there won't be any issue with any of that material getting back in the waterway. It's fairly straightforward. I try to stay away from these hearings, but every once in a while I end up here. Everyone on this code was very much for moving forward with this project, and that's what made it, I think, a lot better, and that it's going to happen all at once with each of the folks. The folks who own the boathouse that's visible there, right on up, and then on the other side, of course, is the undeveloped property. But we've done everything that we would normally do in terms of staying off the vegetative buffer, doing everything we need to do to keep all of the material from getting out of the cove there while it's being done. Corps of Engineers approved this back in October. I expected to have more trouble with them, but there was none. It was pretty straightforward. We've actually gotten approval to do 2 other jobs similar to this on Carter's Creek that were not objected to, and there was a third one that was done on another portion of Carter's Creek that was much similar to this, in that it was a very long channel out to about 4 different docks. That is already, the work has been done, and there was no issues, and it was done by the same contractor, and it's essentially the same type of lay of land in terms of the bottom and all that sort of stuff. So I guess if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Any questions for the agent? Is anyone else in favor of the project who'd like to speak? Anyone in opposition to the project? Anyone in opposition? All right, hearing none. Project is recommended for approval and before us for a motion. Mr. Ballard, motion to approve. Is there a second? Mr. Zedron? Any discussion? All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Unanimously approved, the Knowles 2 for the dredging project. Thank you very much. We're going to take a break for lunch and come back at about 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. There were nights we were here late, and they would never let us leave. Everybody just waiting.
They have retail business.
We were on the Andrew's presentation, if we're gonna vote on it. Put a lot of money in that place last year. As we do annually. If there's any that's what I did understand with them. Voted to give them money, so.
We all shakes, and then put a heat pump in the pool. So I put in a new kitchen.
That's all I need.
This year we're
I'd like to reconvene the Virginia Marine Resources Commission hearing. We are now at item 12. This is the Shellfish Division and Mr. Scott Griffith, an oyster planting ground application. Mr. Stagg.
Good afternoon. Couple of little housekeeping items to start. You'll find on your desk 2 packets that were placed there this morning that were not in your book. One of them is a summary of the protests we received on this application, and the bigger packet is the actual protests that we've received since the evaluation was written and finalized the end of last week. So I got a lot of protests in the last 5 days, probably at least 30 over the weekend and yesterday. You know, by the way, hot off the press, I got 2 more while we were meeting this morning. So I just printed 1 copy of those. Sorry, I was kind of rushed. They're very similar to the other ones. They're in opposition. And we'll go over that as we get further through the project. I did tell everybody that protested it after the initial protest. In other words, the ones I got in the last 4 or 5 days. I did respond to every one of them and tell them that we would consider their objections and that we would provide a copy of their actual letter to the commission. So if you want some light reading, you can thumb through those while I'm talking. They're all pretty similar, but I'll cover all the types of protests that we received. So this is a oyster ground planting application in the name of Scott Griffith. It was received back in 2015, and I'll explain why it's so late being heard in a moment. But he initially requested to lease approximately 175 acres within Indian Creek. Indian Creek is in both Northumberland and Lancaster County. The line goes down the center of the creek. The application was initially protested soon after received, and we ran the public notice back in 2015 and 16 by a number of property owners, a couple of homeowners associations, and a yacht and country club located on the creek. The area he requested includes areas that are restricted waters by the Department of Health, and therefore would require a relay permit, and I'll discuss that in a little more detail in the eval. Some of the area also has submerged aquatic vegetation, and there is a marked channel that runs up the center of the creek. He did apply for that entire area of the center part of the creek. So we're just going to stay in the northern neck like we've been all day on most of the other projects. Again, this is Indian Creek. The area of the application is that lighter color area that kind of obliterates the words Indian Creek. Diamond Creek is to the south, and the Fleets Bay area is north of the Rappahannock. This is a little closer view of the creek and the application area. Again, the application is shown in the lighter color. The smaller polygons with numbers are actual leases that are already existing, and then the polygons with the longer 3-digit decimal numbers are public grounds, so they're Baylor grounds within Indian Creek. Going up the creek splits and goes north and south. Pittman Cove to the south, and the northern area, it's a little off the slide there, is the home of a yacht basin and also a granary, a Purdue granary. So there's commercial boat traffic in and out of this creek, barges and tugs. So back in 2016, Mr. Griffith indicated he would hire a private surveyor to do this, which in the mid-2010s, we had a company that was doing quite a bit of private oyster ground surveys, Bay Design Group. This depicts their actual survey that was done in 2016, which does encompass pretty much the area you saw of the application, wrapping around a number of leases that were already there in the public ground, going up the branch to the southwest, and touching a couple leases up there. When we got this map, we contacted the surveyor company and indicated that there were some definite issues with the survey. It included submerged aquatic vegetation, and it also included that upper area that's restricted waters. So when we received this application in 2015, the notification process at that time was just to run a newspaper ad and post it in 2 prominent places in the area. The law had not yet changed where we notified landowners. So no landowners were notified on this one initially, but they did find out because we got a lot of protests, about 13 protests back in 2016 from the entities I noted and some individual citizens. Also that same year was the year that we passed a regulation that we would no longer lease in areas of restricted waters. And the language of that regulation, even though this predated that regulation by about 3 months, the regulation states that any ground not already leased, we would not lease in the future. So even though we had an application here, the law applies because we have not yet taken action on the application. Mr. Griffith was informed of this fact, and we contacted the surveying company and said they'd have to remove the area that was in the restricted waters. Also, there was areas of SAV. So this kind of depicts their actual survey laid over a map that shows those greenish polygons or SAV beds. And if you look closely at this, you can see there's a number of spots where they surveyed over top of some of those SAV beds, included it in the survey. Of course, they also went into the restricted area, which I'll show you in just a moment. So this is a little bit kind of confusing slide, but it's the best we can do with the mapping system we have. So this is that upper area where the creek splits. So the red, the really dark red area that kind of stops in the middle of the screen, that's restricted waters. That's area where you would have to relay out of, and therefore per regulation, we cannot lease in that area. So there's areas we just cannot lease per regulation. The overlapping area that's, I guess, green, I'm colorblind, but the lighter of those two lighter colors, the darker of those two lighter colors, that is a conditionally restricted area. So that means it's open certain months of the year and it's closed certain months. We can lease those per the regulation because they are open certain times of the year for direct harvest. And then the real red is just a continuation of the actual surveyed application going to the south. So just to explain that. Also want to note that there is a marked channel that runs up the creek. You'll see this in some future maps. The reason I wanted to show you the chart is to show you the depths. This is a pretty deep creek down the center, and even outside the channel, it's relatively deep in some areas till you get really close to the shore. So there's various types of bottom in this creek. It's some soft mud, there's some harder areas outside the channel, but we do believe the areas on either side of the channel are potentially leasable grounds and may have suitable bottom for both bottom normal traditional culture or enclosures on the bottom. So with that, I'll stop for a minute on the background and we'll go to the actual application. So we did receive it in March of 2015. Like I said, it was surveyed by a private surveyor. That survey was considered a bit defective. We did contact that surveyor and we didn't hear back from him. And like a lot of protested ones, particularly ones that we're not doing the survey on, I will admit we didn't take a lot of action to try to resolve it. We were counting on hearing back from the surveyor or Mr. Griffith with a revised plan and a redone survey. Eventually, we did contact Mr. Griffith and say we needed to resolve this one way or the other. Because of the number of protests we'd already received, we did attempt to maybe discourage Mr. Griffith from going forward because of the number of protests, but he wanted to proceed and proffered what you see here. This is based on what he's now requesting. So we told him we'd have to remove the channel. We would not go up into the restricted area, except the seasonally restricted. So this is the area that we deemed was potentially leasable on either side of the channel. Mr. Griffith understands that if he were to get this entire area, it would cost him an extra $100 because we would have to make two separate plats, and we charge $100 for the extra plat fee. Everything else would be covered in the normal surveying costs for this application. Those are two contiguous polygons that are connected all the way up and down on either side of the channel. So having said that, once we put it on the agenda last month temporarily and then pulled it off due to further negotiations with Mr. Griffith, where he did agree to this revised configuration. So there was some notice to the public because it was on the website briefly as an agenda item, and then it was back on the agenda this month, and the word, I think, spread a little more in the area that this thing was up for hearing. So over the weekend, I received 30 to 35 additional protests, which is the package you've gotten. So it is heavily protested now by a couple more homeowners associations, a number of additional residents along the creek, and I'm going to try to show you a targeted where I know the protests are and where I don't know where they are. So, but this is the configuration Mr. Griffith is seeking today. This is something staff would be more likely to support. What you see here is we cut off the area in the seasonally restricted, so it went up in it there, and we cut it off here. So this is area we believe is leasable, potentially, and of course the commission will make the final decision on that. Regarding the protest, so the nature of the protest and the summary sheet I gave you, which is also multiple pages because it's got 50-some protestants on it, but you'll see kind of a consistent set of reasons of objecting. One of the main ones is that the people that live on this creek believe that this is, and they're probably right, one of the most active creeks in the northern neck, particularly that empties straight out into the Chesapeake Bay. It does have gas facilities up the creek, the Virginia Yacht Basin. It has commercial activity, like I said, grain barges. It has existing oyster ground in it, but it's also used a lot for recreation. There's some yacht training of young people. There's a children's camp in this area, if you're familiar with it, and a lot of residential subdivisions along the shoreline and private piers. So there is a lot of boat traffic. This is a safe harbor creek where boats can duck in bad weather to get out of the bay, and they do anchor in some of these areas outside the channel that you see as part of this application. So there's a lot going on in the creek. That's one of the main objections. Additional commercial conversion of the creek from what people view as a quasi-commercial, quasi-private use, and that this would throw that out of balance. The use of it for recreational things like tubing and jet skiing and kayaking and fishing, and that this might interfere with that depending on the type of activity Mr. Griffith proposes, which he could do traditional and cages on this as long as they didn't impact more than minimally navigation. And the number of corners. I heard that a lot. There's already a lot of PVC pipe in the creek, I was told, and there probably is, marking both this application and some of the other leases. And this would create a few new corners, but if you look closely at the northern polygon, most of the corners on the northern side of that are actually existing lease corners that could be staked now, or they're public ground corners. So corners 16 up to like 10, 9, 8, 7, they're all existing corners. Then 6 and 5 and 4, the only new corners would be 3, 2, and 1, and going all the way down to 17. On the south side, there would be some extra corners, starting with 24, 25, 26, 27, 23, and then it hits some existing leases after that. So there would be more stakes. And of course, the other thing we have to concede is we have a regulation that says if the ground's being actively worked, it's supposed to be marked with stakes. If you're doing on-bottom cage aquaculture in a subset area inside the lease, you're supposed to mark that as well and put signs up. So the aesthetics here is important to, I've been told by a lot of protestants. So that is something the commission, I think, will have to consider. We have carefully evaluated the application. We've evaluated the bottom and the surrounding areas and factored in the existence of SAV in portions of the requested area, which this removes all those areas, what we showed mapped here, and the portion that's in the restricted waters, including our recommendation to stay out of the seasonally restricted as well, and remove the channel area up the middle of the creek. We've also reviewed the objections of numerous property owners and other entities like homeowners associations. Again, Mr. Griffith did agree to, of course, reduce the size of it. We did email these maps to as many people as we could last week, which I think also prompted all the additional protests as people shared those. But I did want all the protestants on record that I had email addresses for, because we didn't come up with this final plan until kind of the middle of last week, to have an opportunity to at least see it and re-comment if they wanted to. So we got some additional comments from the previous protestants, almost none of which dropped their protest. They did say this was much better, but they still objected. And I have protests from people up Pittman's Cove, up the northern branch, considerably upstream of this, and some protestants that are downstream of this off the map, which I'll show you a map of that in just a second. We do currently support leasing somewhere in these two areas. We've had to sort of, on the fly, change my recommendation a little bit in light of the extreme number of additional protests I got spread out throughout the entire creek. So we do support leasing in this creek. There are leases in the creek. We are not aware of any past complaints other than the ones I've gotten recently about pipes, that they don't like the fact that there's a lot of PVC pipe in the creek. But we haven't heard any other past complaints about the use of the leases that I'm aware of that are in the creek. And there are leases here that are decades old in this creek, and there's leases here that are more recent. And of course, the public grounds have been here since the 1800s. That's when the Baylor ground was surveyed. So this is my attempt to show you just generally kind of where the protests are. So this is a composite of the original application. And we started the survey basically here. So none of this area is part of what you just saw on the map. And of course, all this area up in here, we can't lease because it's restricted. But there's subdivisions, as you can see, all along these shorelines. So everywhere I've circled it, we've gotten 1, 2, or numerous protests from either the association itself or residents that live on these roads, I can identify it by their address or the association. Again, we have objections here. I actually have an objection from property owners here as well, but the proposed area doesn't go this far downstream. It stops right where this triangular lease is. Again, some people up in what's called Pittman Cove area. Again, the granary, barge docks here, the yacht basin is here. I got a number of protests from people who live up in this area as well, which they do have to traverse out the creek if they're going into the bay. So I just wanted the commission to be fully aware that, and a lot of people didn't give me an address, so I don't know exactly where they live, but they say they live on the creek. So I suspect all along this shoreline, even in this area here, there might be people who are protesting it that I'm not aware of the exact address. So based on all of this, staff, we do review each application on a case-by-case basis. And we look at things relative to specific circumstances associated with both the location, the suitability of the bottom, proposed use by the applicant. And the applicant is, on his questionnaire, did propose to use traditional bottom, spout-on shell, and cages, which he's allowed to do on a lease as long as they don't interfere with navigation. And of course, we evaluate other uses of the creek, which we heard a lot about from the protestants. So after full consideration of both the public benefits and impacts of shellfish aquaculture, consideration of the public trust doctrine, the factors of the Code of Virginia in 28.2.1205A, and the Constitution of Virginia, we do recommend the granting of some area within these two areas that I've shown mapped to the applicant. And the reason we're saying some is I really think that's contingent on the amount of protests we've gotten. There are some people here who are going to speak to that from the protestants, and I want you to hear their live testimony as well. But we do believe some of this area is leasable and is suitable. How much of it might be palatable to the commission, I think you need to weigh that with the amount of protests we've gotten, because we've gotten well over 50 protests on this application. So the two areas as mapped that we would support, taking out the area in the seasonally restricted, would be a 28.55 acre parcel on the north side of the channel and a 22.42 acre parcel on the south side. We do have a map, if it's deemed necessary, that breaks those down into smaller areas if you deem a smaller area might be appropriate, just to show you what the acreages are. And I can show those to you now, or we can wait for the testimony at the pleasure of the commission.
Do you want to just go ahead and show them now?
So this would be a slightly modified version, which would break this up into a number of smaller parcels. So if we cut this parcel off right here at this public ground, this would be about 12.3 acres. If we made this triangle a single parcel and didn't connect it right here, that would be 11. This parcel would be 10.3. And then this parcel is shown all the way in the restricted area, but if we cut it back to where we're recommending, this little triangle would be 2.61 acres, or 2.6 acres. So there's a number of smaller polygons here that, you know, depending on the amount of protest, I would say that this one, you know, is a little further offshore than a lot of them because there's public ground and some SAV reasons that we stayed that far offshore. So that possibly a candidate. I know there's some complaints from people in Bells Creek about the number of stakes here. These are existing corners, which could be staked anyway, but that might be something the commission wants to consider. And again, here we stayed away from the shore some because of piers and SAV, and the same thing here, we connected to an existing lease. So those are sort of some different polygon possibilities. So I'm going to leave that one up because that's what Mr. Griffith is asking for that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stagg. Any questions for Mr. Stagg? Yes, Mr. France.
Yeah, does Mr. Griffith have any other leases?
He does. He applied for a number of grounds in this same time frame, and you may or may not recall, he got at least 2 or 3 that we assigned without any controversy. He got one that was similar to this. It was heavily protested, and the commission turned the whole thing down. He has one more pending besides this one in Mosquito Creek, which is as old as this one, and it's held up because we had a man claim he had a King's grant over some of that area. I'm planning to try to resolve that one and get it to the commission soon. We asked the man to provide information on the King's grant repeatedly, and he's not given us what the Attorney General's office requires to vet that. So if Mr. Griffith wants to proceed with that one, we may be back before you on that one as well, with at least that man protesting it, claiming he has a King's grant. But yes, he has other leases.
The last slide that you, I'm sorry, the last slide that you showed us where you had it like broken down into 5 separate areas.
Yep.
Now, most of that looks like it's in fairly deep water.
Yeah, if you go back to the one that has the chart, yeah, I mean, as you can see in the channel, it's 10 to 15 plus feet, but it stays fairly deep. So that triangle, it's kind of triangular area where the 10-11 is there, south of the red marker, I mean, that's relatively deep. And I mean, all the areas that we've included in those polygons still are relatively deep, considering the size of the creek. You know, usually we see a lot shallower waters closer to the shore here.
Mr. Ballard.
Similarly to Mr. France, has there been any production on his existing leases or any history of mandatory reporting?
For Mr. Griffith?
For Mr. Griffith, yes.
I had not looked that up. Most of the leases he's had, he hasn't had them but just a few years. Mr. Griffith is here. He may be able to address, and I can certainly check on that if we need that information. I believe he is an active waterman, but I'll let him explain that.
Mr. Tankard.
Has this ground been leased before?
That's a good question, and I think I had that in my eval and skipped over it. But we don't think, looking back at our historical maps, that any of this area, if any of it's been leased, it would have been just a small pocket somewhere. But no, it does not appear that any of this area was leased in the past.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Ben. Is the applicant here?
Yeah.
Prepared to speak? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
State your name and raise your right hand.
Scott Griffith.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sir.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate it. You guys could have made a trip to the Northern Neck today and saved us the drive. But try to be as brief as possible. This has been a long time coming, so I appreciate your time. I'm a full-time commercial waterman. I work public oyster ground in the winter, and I crab and run a peeler pod and shedding house operation in the summertime and into the fall until I continue back to oystering. Ever since I started doing all this stuff, I've looked for, saw a need to have something to do and fill the void in between public seasons until crabbing got good. When I did that, I started making a search to find some private shore, which is when I started producing these applications. Some of these pieces of shore that I have gotten. To answer your question a moment ago, I do have some current leases. I did work some of the shore when I first got it, waited a few years, worked it again, traditionally dredging, and this past summer, along with another leaseholder in the creek, we planted 4,000 bushels of James River seed. So my intent is to plant traditionally on the bottom and harvest that way. Cage aquaculture is not in my interest. I spent numerous hours scouring the VMRC website, looking for potential areas when I first started doing all this. Found a few open zones, then spent a pile more time out sounding bottom and looking for suitable grounds of stuff that was available. As you all are aware, when the oysters came back, there was a so-called gold rush of applications, which is why we're 7 years later just looking at this. There's hardly, if you look at the maps of current leased bottom from the Potomac and tributaries on down the bay shore to the creeks going into the bay and back up the Rappahannock and Caratoman rivers, the Northern Neck is pretty much leased out entirely. There's very, very little bottom around the shoreline that is not currently a lease. I would ask that the commission just continue with the policy of leasing open and available bottom for the production of oysters.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Any questions? Mr. France?
Yeah, you saw the last slide that Mr. Stagg put up there.
Yes, sir.
You're in objection to that?
I'm not necessarily in objection to it. Because I do intend to harvest on the bottom dredging, I know he said that one piece would be below the required 3 acres that you have for dredging. So that I need something that's 3 acres at least, which is, when we originally created this application years ago, it was with a former member of staff in the surveying department. At that time, there was no condemnation zone involved, there was no SAV involved. Over time, obviously 7 years, things have changed. The condemnation zone has moved out of the creek. SAV analysis is now different. So in working with staff, which I think they've done an excellent job and I appreciate their efforts, we've excluded these SAV zones. We've moved out past the condemnation zones. And I think, originally, as he said, it was around 175 acres because the idea at the time was to do it all in one application fee and one survey fee. Obviously, the channel was there. No production would ever have been done in the channel, but now with modifying it, we're down to roughly 50 acres with these 2 chunks, one on the north side of the channel, one on the south side of the channel.
If that was the case, that was the only thing that the commission could pass, just because of 60-some protests,
Right.
it looks like.
I understand the protests, and I understand there are a lot of them. I think a lot of them are to do with, the problem is that you've got nearly 20 leases in this creek, some in the condemned zone, some coming out the creek and up into Bells Creek. The existing corners that are already there for those leases, we used as our corners. So those corners are going to be there regardless of whether I get anything on this. I think some of it previously was not staked, and when we surveyed it to stake it up, and through doing the surveys, that's when they became more aware that these corners were there. I don't even know if they're aware that these other pieces exist, but there's a fair amount of leases in this creek already that, as he said, are decades old. Some of the stuff, I think, because it's only worked in the wintertime when there's not that much recreational use of the water in February, March, April, because I know several of the people that have these leases also crab. They're doing the same thing that I intend to do, is fill the void in between public season and the crabbing season. And I don't think anyone ever sees them out there. That's why they don't know they're out there. That's why no one's ever complained about anything. And it's kind of the same in my scenario, that's what I intend to do. And out of sight, out of mind. I know lots of people don't like to see all these floating cages in their backyard, and I know there are several in the Northern Neck in places, and that's not my intention at all. I have no interest in cage aquaculture. It requires a lot of labor and manpower, and I'm kind of a one-man band.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? I have a couple questions for staff. You mentioned that, I think you mentioned your staff had evaluated the bottom in both sections, the north and southern section?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't probed every inch of it, but
Right.
I have my surveyors here. He's a little more familiar with the area because he works in the Northern Neck area. I would characterize the bottom as changeable. I mean, some parts of it are soft, and there are other places where it's relatively hard, particularly as it shallows up before you get to the SAV areas. But I can't nail down any specific spot that I could tell you is preferred over another of this area that we built.
Okay. For the protestants, did you find that more of them were on the northern side or for the southern side, or did they call it out specifically?
I'd say it's fairly evenly divided. There is a little bit, go to this. the nature of the subdivisions on the north are more compact, so there's more houses, I would say, on the north side. The residential property on the south side is more larger lots, so there's less of them. But I definitely got protests from both sides of the creek. You know, wherever there's residential development, that seems to be where I got, which is pretty much along the whole creek, so.
And one last question, can you go to this slide where you prepared the different sections of leasing? I want to make sure I understand, or we all understand, that the smallest section is less than 3 acres, is that sort of the northwest?
This whole triangular area was 6, but we're recommending not going into the conditionally. So this is Mr. Griffiths. He wanted to go up into that conditional area. If we cut it off right here, this would only be 2.61 acres. So he could not dredge that. He has to have 3 acres to dredge it.
Okay.
The rest of them would be big enough.
Mr. France?
Yes. Is there any way that you could take the little top triangle that's 2-point-some acres and combine that with the part that's 7.9 and make it 1 so he could dredge?
Yes, I mean, basically, this is open right here. What I had my surveyor do was just, you know, cut off some smaller ones so we could separate. But this is all one polygon, and we could cut it off, you know, down here. And it would basically be this polygon plus this one. We would just have to move, we'd have to have another corner here, you know, to make a gap here. But yes, we could connect those together and still stay out of the channel.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, anyone else in favor of Mr. Griffith's application that would like to speak? Anyone in favor? Okay, anyone in opposition? Yes, sir.
No, I think it's fine. I'll let you know. Thank you.
Please state your name and raise your right hand.
Richard Saunders.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My wife and I live on Bells Creek where it intersects with Indian Creek. I know this commission has received numerous emailed letters from others who oppose the application, and many of those people wanted to appear today. Unfortunately, some had conflicts, some were out of state on vacations, and many are in their 70s and 80s and weren't prepared to make the trip down and back. It combined about 4 hours. George Fentress and I made the trip, and we appreciate your hearing us. In addition to speaking for my wife and myself, I have been asked and authorized by the presidents of the Indian Creek Yacht and Country Club, Indian Creek Estates Property Owners Association, which is on the north shore around the Country Club area, West Bay Property Owners Association, which is across Bells Creek from where I live, and the Harbor HOA, which is in Pittman's Cove. All of them are on or enter onto Indian Creek, and they've all asked that I speak on their behalf. You've received 50 or more emailed letters. I'm sorry they didn't come sooner. A lot of us didn't get word of this until the last minute, so to speak, and perhaps that's our own fault, but I didn't receive a notice. I live right on Bells Creek. In any event, when they got notice, people responded. But I want you to know that these organizations that I've identified and for whom I'm speaking, and all of whom have written letters on behalf of the organizations, they represent over 1,000 people who live and play around Indian Creek. I want to begin with an observation regarding the application now before you. The original application, as you heard, sought a lease of approximately 175 acres on Indian Creek, which encompassed the entire creek, shore to shore, for quite a distance. It included the channel, restricted areas, and SAV areas. The amended application for approximately 55 acres no longer includes those areas, but it includes everything else in the original application. Someone looking at the reduction from 175 acres to 55 acres might deem that to be a reasonable compromise. I would suggest that's not the case. All the applicant has done and all the staff has done is remove those areas that they had no chance of getting. He went from asking for the impossible to asking for the maximum he could hope to get. As an older attorney once told me during our negotiations, he's offered you the sleeves out of his vest.
I need you to know that the hundreds of people who live in Indian Creek Estates, West Bay, the harbor, and the other areas near and on Indian Creek, as well as the members of the Indian Creek Yacht and Country Club, do not oppose commercial fishing, crabbing, or oystering. What we want, however, is balance. If you were to bring a boat up Indian Creek this spring, you would see dozens of crab pots and numerous PVC pipes sticking out of the water marking existing leased oyster beds. They present obstacles and potential hazards to boaters, fishermen, water skiers, wakeboarders, tubers, kayakers, jet skis. But we accept that we must share our waterways. What these citizens don't want, however, are more leased oyster grounds on Indian Creek. Between Windmill Point on the north side of the Rappahannock River and the south shore of the Great Wicomico River, a distance of about 5 miles, there are 17 creeks, dozens of coves, Little Bay, Fleets Bay, and Ingram's Bay, probably more than 100 miles of shoreline. In that entire area, there are 3 marinas, 1 country club, 1 yacht club, which sponsors adult sailing lessons and sailing camps for children, 1 YMCA camp for children, and 1 granary. All of those facilities, with the exception of 1 marina at Ingram's Bay, are located on Indian Creek. As I mentioned before, there are also homes located all along both shores of Indian Creek and all of its adjoining creeks and coves, and almost every house has a dock and some type of boat. The only places in the area to get fuel or pump out your waste are the Chesapeake Boat Basin at the headwaters of Indian Creek, just beyond the requested application area, and Ingram's Bay, which is right below the Great Wicomico. And that means that most boaters who live on Anti-Poison Creek, Tabbs Creek, Dimer Creek, Dividing Creek, and all of the smaller creeks in that area regularly come up Indian Creek to the Chesapeake Boat Basin. In addition, barges pushed by tugs frequently travel to and from the granary next to the Chesapeake Boat Basin. And numerous yacht clubs and transient boaters come to the Indian Creek Marina. My point is this: Indian Creek is probably the most active and diverse creek in the lower bay, and it is simply the wrong location for more oyster leases. While the tugs and most of the larger boats stay in the channel, that's not the case with others using the creek. You've already heard and seen from the diagrams that we have deep water almost up to the shore, especially in the area that the staff is now saying they would consider recommending, which I have to confess surprises me a bit. These are the areas where fishermen frequently drift or troll. Jet skiers go anywhere. Kayakers tend to stay along these shores. Visiting boats routinely anchor outside of the channel in these exact areas that are marked as possible sites for more stakes and cages. The addition of more stakes or cages will absolutely create a more dangerous situation. We also have the YMCA Children's Camp, the adult sailing lessons, and the children's sailing camps that operate in many of the areas covered by the pending application. Not only do these beginning sailors sail their boats where new stakes and cages could be placed, but they don't have the expertise to avoid them. I had the opportunity to listen to the hearing this commission held several years ago on Mr. Griffith's application for the lease of 15 acres on the Coratoman River. The area he wanted to lease had been under several oyster leases in the past, so it seemed to be an appropriate area for a new lease. Nevertheless, this commission denied the application on a vote of 7-2. Several members of this body, including Mr. Ballard and Mr. Tankard, who made and seconded the motion to deny, noted that times and uses change, and the recreational uses then being made on that waterway were such that the application should be denied. Mr. Zedron made the same observations and also noted that the additional stakes would be a problem. One of the other commissioners noted that while oyster harvesting has gotten great support from the general public, that will change if leases are allowed in areas that simply are not appropriate. Gentlemen, I've been on the Coratoman River many times and it's beautiful, but when it comes to recreational use, the Coratoman does not compare to Indian Creek. I am unaware of any camps, clubs, marinas, or businesses on the Coratoman, with the one exception of Yankee Point Marina. There are no sailing camps, and it is too far from the bay for transient yachters to come to anchor. It should also be noted that that request was for only 15 acres, and we're now dealing with an application for 55 acres. Finally, there is the issue of aesthetics. As I said in my letter to Mr. Stagg, no one likes to place their house where they're forced to look over utility poles and wires. No one wants to see power lines strung along bridges, which is why the SCC recently required Dominion Electric to put its wires along the Norris Bridge underwater. And no one who buys a home on the water, joins a golf club on the water, or boats on the water wants to see the area littered with plastic pipes or metal cages. There has to be a balance, and there are some areas where additional oyster leases should not be granted. I would submit that Indian Creek is one of those areas. On behalf of those entities I mentioned at the beginning of my comments and the more than 1,000 people they represent, and the many individuals who wrote you in opposition to the amended application, I would respectfully ask that the commission deny the application as amended and as recommended by staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. Any questions? Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in opposition to the proposal? Yes, sir. Please state your name and raise your right hand.
George Fentress.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I am George Fentress, Commodore for the Indian Creek Yacht and Country, for the Indian Creek Yacht Club. On behalf of the Indian Creek Yacht and Country Club Board, I have been asked to represent the interests for the whole club. The club is composed of about 590 member units, totaling over 1,000 individuals, and over half are members of the yacht club. From a vessel navigation and safety perspective, the applicant's request is a point of concern. At issue is interjecting submerged metal accidental grounding hazards in the form of oyster cages and difficult to spot PVC pipes above the water. There is a concern throughout Indian Creek and the adjoining coves. I am not going to repeat Rick Saunders' presentation, but I want to stress that I completely support the issues he represented, as do our club members. The Indian Creek waterway is a community, a way of life, and for many of our members, their home. With its developed shoreline, Indian Creek actively is used by boats of all types and operators of all skill sets. The Indian Creek Yacht and Country Club operates a marina whose yacht traffic traverses the area the applicant is requesting for oyster rights. Upstream traffic for yacht services, and anchoring and fishing, and downstream for access to the Chesapeake Bay. Vessel traffic is not limited to club members, but also visiting boaters, as Mr. Saunders pointed out, from remote ports and unfamiliar waters. Member boats and visiting yachts are typically large vessels, both power and sail. Having the area encumbered with PVC pipes creates a hazard to navigation. Based on the time of day, sun and weather conditions, the pipes are very difficult to spot. In most cases, the PVC pipes do not appear on radar. Vessels approaching each other are trying to dodge the PVC pipes and find themselves in dangerous passing scenarios. In general, vessels are forced to follow an erratic pattern and change of course, which adds to confusion and hazards to all in the area. The second point of concern is the youth club sailing camp and also a separate adult sailing program, which is run by the Indian Creek Yacht and Country Club, both operating during the summer months. These programs operate extensively in the areas the applicant is requesting. Of serious concern is the youth sailing camp boats, which are small and sized for youth sailors. Most of these youths are preteen. Interjecting PVC obstacles creates a very dangerous operating environment. Should one of the beginners contact the PVC pipe, it's highly probable they will capsize. The real concern is contacting the barnacles on the PVC pipe as they try to entangle themselves from their rigging and right their boat. Pipes that are struck and broken off can also serve to be deadly for skiers and tubers. The Chesapeake is characteristically shallow, and interjecting foot-high submerged metal obstructions is a recipe for a very expensive day on the water. This commercial equipment
does not belong in an established recreational water setting. Club members, as Rick Saunders pointed out, fully support oyster farming and the benefits it brings to the bay, but we respectfully request the commission not grant the oyster planting ground application 2015-087 for reasons noted above.
Thank you, Mr. Fentress. Any questions for Mr. Fentress? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments in opposition of the request? Mr. Griffith, would you like a few minutes to rebut? Sir.
I don't know that either of these two gentlemen that just spoke realized that I grew up at that country club. My father and mother were members. I was there from the time I was a small child, and I actually was married there. My kids attend the summer camps he's talking about. I do not ever intend to impede on anyone's recreational use of the water. The stakes that are currently in place, as was said before, are going to be there forever and ever. As the way we've done these surveys, we've used existing corners, the offshore lines, we've gone to the channel markers. There's really no need for any additional stakes, and any stakes that are different corners don't need to be there permanently. They only need to be there when the grounds are worked. Certainly recreationally, all anglers know that oyster bottom is traditionally good fishing, so anything that I plant on that bottom would be good for anybody recreationally using the water and fishing. Also, he's talking about the amount of activity on the creek. Similarly, Cockles Creek in Reedville and Carter's Creek, also in Lancaster County, are extremely heavily used areas. They're encompassed by oyster shore, some of which in both creeks where it does cross the channel, and in areas of industrial waterfront. I believe the precedent is already here that the grounds are leasable, and in other areas this is already done. There doesn't seem to be any problem in these other areas recreationally. I don't see the real issue. I understand anyone, if you give them 7 years to complain about something, anyone can amass a small army. I think staff has done a great job in preparing an application that is, within regulation, and that I would ask you guys to consider that.
Any questions, additional questions? Yes, Mr. Tankard.
And so just for clarification, you mentioned that you're not going to use cages in this environment?
No,
or
sir.
in this lease?
No, sir.
Mr. France.
Do you have any cages on any of your leases?
No, sir.
Thank you.
And how many acres of leases do you currently have?
About 90.
90 acres?
Sir.
And it's primarily you? Do you have others?
No, I
that help
have
you?
some help when I'm dredging, but not just me. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Griffith.
Sir. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Stack, and you may have mentioned this earlier, are there the existing leases on either side, are they active leases? Do you know if they're harvested and reported? Is there a lot of activity in the area?
I'm not positive. The Gaskins leases have all been there for quite some time, the ones on the south side. That one triangular one is decades old. It's been transferred over the years from different people, but the Croxton leases are more recent, and the Croxtons are active in using a lot of their leases. But I can't specifically give you harvest date on any of them.
And after hearing the concerns today and all of the protests received over the weekend, has your recommendation changed at all?
Well, I'd say the only change I would make is that perhaps not all of these areas should be leased based on the amount of protest, but I still think that there are some areas here. The area on the south side from corner 23 to 28, that would be all.
Can you use the cursor or the?
That's this parcel right here. they are all existing lease corners and the channel marker. The channel
Okay.
marker's right here. These are all existing lease corners. There'd be no new stakes versus what could currently be staked on these existing leases. Same as for this one, except corner 17, that would be a new corner. The rest of these corners are existing, either lease corners or public ground, all the way up till you get to 3, which would be a new corner as well. So this could stand alone and does. This one would be new corner, a new corner. I mean, it would seem to me this one and this one would be the most likely that you might still want to consider leasing. I know these people don't like having these stakes right here, but these are existing leases now, so. If you're talking about stakes, Mr. Griffith has said he won't use cages. Legally, he can by regulation, but, you know, you have to listen to what the applicant says.
Mr. France?
Yeah, after looking at what you just said, if all the stakes were in place right now, and then he got what we see up here on the board, he wouldn't be adding but 4 stakes, 5?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, counting this one. I think that's right, yep.
And all of these are pretty far offshore. They wouldn't interfere with docks?
No, these are, because of the SAV and the docks, we stayed well off of, go back to, well, it's kind of hard to see in that. That's the original survey, which did go in and out around some docks, but, yeah, I mean, we're pretty far off from any dock. I don't think the corners themselves, which most of them are existing corners, would interfere with people getting to and from their docks. Now, I can see that if you have young sailors here who are trying to learn how to sail, every obstacle is an obstacle. So I think you have to factor that in. This is a busy creek. So, but we have, as Mr. Griffith said, we have a lot of creeks just like this that are more leased than this. There's a lot more corners than this, staked all the time.
Ben, out of the 5 blocks, in the northernmost block, that's the one that's partially condemned?
Yes, this part of it is it's restricted. It's conditionally restricted. So it's open in the winter months and closed in the summer months.
Okay.
But the line is right here.
So staff's recommendation is that those 2 areas or 5 blocks, however you look at it, be leased to Mr. Griffith.
Or some combination of them. We'd have to, for him to dredge this one, we'd have to reconnect it to this one. So we'd have to put a gap here, which would be another corner. It'd be another stake. There'd have to be 2 stakes here to make a gap here. Otherwise, this one does not meet the 3-acre minimum to get a dredge permit. Now, I'll just tell you from experience that because this is a deeper creek and we are staying somewhat away from the shoreline, most all of these areas are still deeper than we normally see cage aquaculture anyway. They like to put their cages in not so deep water because it's so hard to pull them up. When you start going over 10 to 15 to 20 feet, it's not real conducive to bottom cage aquaculture. It's been my experience. So, best I can tell you.
Any further questions for staff? Okay. So we have a recommendation by staff supporting the leasing of the 2 areas you see or 5 blocks.
Well, I mean, my recommendation was this, which would be 2 contiguous big blocks, but the caveat was we could break this up into smaller ones. Based on the testimony you heard, it's either this or some smaller parcels carved up like that other map. But this was our original recommendation, was this configuration.
Okay.
Which would have, maybe 8 or 9 new corners total of all of this.
Let's start with the original recommendation from staff. Is there a motion? Or did you want questions or motion?
For the original?
first, are there additional questions for staff? Okay.
The original one, you didn't support, did you?
No, let me clarify, not the original 175 acres.
Okay.
The
Right.
original recommendation from
Okay,
staff.
understood.
This was what I planned to recommend today, but I kind of modified it when I got here, saying, if this is not palatable because of all the objections you've heard, we could look at some smaller subsets of even smaller areas.
Could you go back to the other one that you had? That was like in 5, yeah,
That
there
one.
you go.
Yep.
I don't know if there's any other discussion, but I could make a motion on this if it was all right.
Okay, so Mr. France has a motion for the second alternative for, we'll call it the 5 blocks.
Yeah, but I would have some changes. I would have that top northern part,
Yes.
the part that's seasonal, cut that off.
Okay.
And then they're right there at corner 3,
Yeah.
open it up just enough so you can combine those 2 areas so they could be hand or dredged.
Okay. So it would be four parcels.
And,
Two on either side of the channel.
That's
with
right. And-
Parcel 7.9 and 2.6 combined together.
That's right.
To make approximately 10 acres.
That's my motion, to support that.
Okay, we have Mr. France's motion for 4 blocks. Is there a second?
Can I just clarify, were you saying you wanted to approve all 4 blocks with that modification, or just that top one?
No, the 4 blocks with the
This one?
the seasonable part cut off at the north, right there would be a line. And then a little line right there at 3 to open it up. to
Combine
make
these.
Those 2 areas one area. That way you could dredge the northern area also.
Then the other 3 are already separate parcels. So it would be 4 total.
Okay, so we have Mr. France's motion for 4 total, basically as shown on the screen. Is there a second? Is there a second? Okay, motion fails for lack of a second. Is there another motion? Mr. Ballard?
I move to accept the original staff recommendation that was written in our packet as of this meeting.
That would be
That's what's
this
on the
version.
screen? Okay. Is everyone clear? That's what's shown on the screen now. Is there a second? Ms. Lusk? Any discussion? No discussion? All right, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 Chair vote. 3 ayes. Not in favor? Mr. Tankard? Chair votes aye. Mr. Zedron?
No.
Motion passes 4-2. Thank you, Mr. Stack. Thank you, Mr. Ripley.
Thank you all.
Okay, number 13, item 13, request for the approval of the 2022 Oyster replenishment and restoration plan. Mr. Button.
Yeah, lucky number 13, knocking everything over there. So this is a discussion item, which is a request for approval of the Oyster Restoration Replenishment Plan, and also the associated procurement procedures. So there are some special code-defined procedures that are unique to Oyster Restoration and Replenishment that we'll also be presenting to the commission today as part of this. That's the first attachment there in your eval. But I'll give a little bit of background on the fishery and then go over the areas and the projects that are outlined in the funding. I can run through all of the proposed projects and funding, and then if the commission would like, I'd be glad to answer any questions at the end, or if there's any need for clarification in the middle, I'd be glad to take questions at any point as well. But again, I'll try to run through everything, and there's a fair amount to get through. Pretty large program that we have every year. This is more or less the 93rd year that the Marine Resources Commission has been maintaining public oyster grounds. So we've been in that a while, and glad to continue that this year. So a little bit of background on where we are harvest-wise. So this is hot off the presses, updated 2020-2021 harvest season data. So you can see we've actually sort of rebounded close to our pre-pandemic levels in terms of the amount of harvest coming off of both public and private ground. So a lot of that dip that you see on that graph is related to market conditions and not necessarily the condition of the public resource, which continues to show improvement. So we're close to that average going back to 1957, 1958 of about 250,000 bushels of oysters coming off of public ground each year. A little bit background, there was some discussion there earlier about traditional harvest on private ground and traditional public harvest and what the difference is. And you can see based on this graph here that this area, gray area in the top, is the calendar year harvest off public ground. This area here, yellow, is what's caught in traditional gear off of private ground. And this brown area at the bottom is the amount of harvest that's containerized harvest. So we would consider cage culture. So that's sort of the breakdown of where oysters have been coming from over the last roughly 21 years as reported in our mandatory harvest reporting. Again, just a quick breakdown of harvest for a single year. This area here is wild fishery. This is that containerized fishery, and this is the public ground fishery there. So this is sort of traditional dredge scrapes on private ground, public ground, and that containerized culture. So roughly a 40-40-20 split in terms of the percentage of harvest coming in each year. A little bit of reference for these slides. So a lot of what I'm going to be going over is in liters per square meter. This is, if you want to take a look, how to convert that into bushels and sort of what all these numbers mean. But wanted to make a note right here when it comes to what we're talking about here. 5 and 10 are important numbers to look at in terms of the amount of liters of shell volume in areas, as well as the number of market oysters on any single area. 5 liters of shell allows there to be a spat set, basically, and at 10 liters, that's a single layer of shell thick, and that allows sort of an optimized spat set to be able to take advantage of it. So the whole point of replenishment is to try to get these volumes of shell or substrate ideally above, or minimally above 5, and ideally at 10 or higher, and that sort of allows us to capitalize on spat sets should they occur, which are important to do in as many geographically diverse areas as we can in case we have those extreme weather events like we saw in 2018 where we had high mortality in some areas. By having a geographically diverse replenishment plan, we're sort of able to have a diversification of that risk. Some areas can get high recruitment. We can move that seed or that high recruitment to other areas. And again, that's why we want to keep this program growing in as many places as possible. And it's actually, as you can see here, the actual condition of the oyster resource based on our survey from 2021, which is the survey of roughly 10,000 acres of oyster ground throughout the bay. The number of market oysters is really at an all-time high right now. That's that gray number right there. You can see a bay-wide average. We're actually over 10 oysters per square meter, which is really a pretty impressive milestone. Really, the condition of the resource is likely better than it has been in close to 40 years. And that's a combination of the decreased harvest from COVID, the increased money spent on replenishment and restoration, as well as natural spat sets that happened that were very high in some of the recent years, as well as oysters developing disease resistance tolerance. So they're actually living longer. So all of those things combined, along with the careful management that the Commission is undertaking, and put the resource in a better state than it has been in a long time, which is something we should all be proud of. And again, right here, Going back on that 5 and 10 liter volume, what you're seeing right here is a bay-wide average shell volume across all areas. And what you're seeing here is average spat set per square meter. And you can see at 5 liters per square meter, you're getting some spat set here, but you really start to see this jump in terms of the density of spat up in the 200s per square meter. And at 10 liters, you really see that spat sets, if they do occur in those areas with higher volumes of shell, that's really when you can basically have enough room, physical room, for all the spat to attach if they're there present in the water. So that's why we try to get to that 10 liters wherever we can in the areas that we survey. And again, you can see we're pretty close to that in a lot of these areas prior to these areas being open to harvest this year. This is, again, the bay-wide entire average of brown shell volume in all areas. And you can see with that decreased harvest and increased replenishment, we're actually approaching that 10-liter threshold, which is a good place to be in terms of being able to take advantage of recruitment. And again, this is prior to any of the areas being open to harvest for this year. So going over the money side of things, our current general funds are, we anticipate them staying approximately the same as last year. So that includes $2.5 million specifically for replenishment. Again, general funds, $1.5 million specifically for restorations. You may recall that in last year's replenishment plan, we had close to $10 million in capital funds, which is specific to oyster restoration towards our 2014 Chesapeake Bay goal agreements of large-scale oyster restoration in 5 Virginia tributaries by 2025. It does look like we're going to meet that goal. But again, we expend a portion of these funds last year, and will likely expend the majority of the remaining funds this year. The Nature Conservancy has some funding available for oyster replenishment on the seaside of the Eastern Shore. The last 2 years, we've had a little bit of a role reversal over there, and the Nature Conservancy has funded replenishment on harvest areas, and Marine Resources has funded restoration on sanctuary areas. So in the past, it's been a little bit flipped, but these areas are open to hand harvest only and relatively low impact harvest. So we've been glad to continue that partnership. There is some grant funding that we're including as part of this replenishment plan with projects that we will also seek permits for. At this point, some of that funding is a little bit up in the air. We're in the process of applying for it, or hasn't yet been awarded, but I wanted to include it in this plan for the Commission to consider projects that may be funded with that. This is $500,000 to $1 million in non-general funds, grant funds, and other sources that we're likely to pursue this year. And if we can implement projects with that. And there are some federal grant funding opportunities. We're in the middle of some of those now, and we're likely to continue to receive funding for those in the future that'll be mostly focused on restoration or non-harvest areas. And a note that I made to our advisory committee and wanted the Commission to know, as well as members of the public, is whenever possible, we try to get the maximum amount of benefit out of either a restoration project or a replenishment project by getting an economy of scale going. So there has been some concerns raised by our advisory committees on the amount of effort that's specifically towards restoration. But whenever possible, we try to have equipment mobilized, whether it's shells or rocks, or just in general the planning equipment that can work on both of these projects. We're able to recover some cost and bring the per unit cost, the amount of bushels that are planted on a sanctuary area. If we plant more, it likely brings down the per unit cost for a harvest area. So we can basically get more out of our replenishment dollars by having these larger restoration dollars as well in some cases. So whenever possible, we try to look for opportunities to make the money and the support work for both programs. So that's the money side of things. Now I'll go to the actual where this funds are proposed to be expended. So the first part of the plan usually is the earliest to start, and that's why we put it up first, and that's a seed transfer program. So for a number of years, the Marine Resources Commission has been transporting a small amount of seed from areas in the upper James River, the Hantong areas, primarily to Potomac tributaries or areas of low recruitment. A number of years ago, we were unable to complete this portion of the program due to basically we couldn't get it done for the price that we were offering to get it done. So part of the procurement procedures, we can set a price for an item that we'd like to be done, and if we don't meet that price, we can do it through other procurement procedures. But we weren't able to get anyone takers who are willing to move the seed for the price that was offered. So we went to an alternative plan, which was to work an area in the lower James River, the Nansman Ridge area, and transport the seed oysters for this program out of this area. This was 3 or more years ago. This was an area that received very high recruitment after being planted with fossil or reef shells, and we were able to complete that portion of the seed program and transport that seed throughout the state. That area was reshelled again in subsequent years, and for the last 2 years, we've moved close to 20,000 bushels from this area. And again, this area was reshelled last year and received pretty good recruitment, and we'd like to do that as well. There was some discussion about the benefit of continuing to do this at SMAC, and the sort of compromise decision was to include an up to 10,000 bushels of seed oysters from the Hantong areas to see if we could get any takers on that listed price there. There was some concern raised by some of the harvesters in the area that we were moving areas from a harvest area to seed areas outside of the state, but this was an area that was intentionally planted, that the commission decided to plant really to keep this program running, of having this area reshelled at a relatively low cost and these oysters transported to areas throughout the state. So these areas, this area in the lower James River is a slightly higher salinity area. So these seed oysters are very diverse, and they can be transported to higher salinity areas in the Rappahannock or over in the Pocomoke Sound, whereas upriver Hantong oysters in the James River don't generally have that disease tolerance and don't do as well if you're transported to other areas. So there's sort of a limited geographic footprint where we can take those. So it's really created sort of a diverse product that we can move around to a lot of areas and help give a boost to these areas should they have low recruitment years. And we'd like to continue this program in these approximate rounds this year. Just some quick background on the Nansman Ridge areas. Right here on this side, this is the larger Nansman Ridge area. You can see the scale in terms of spat set and number of markets. And this is the area that was specifically planted. So this is about a 20 to 40 acre area that was planted with fossil shells. And you can see that it's had very high spat sets after being planted with fossil shells, significantly higher than the areas that weren't planted as part of this program. But again, the market oysters on the areas that weren't planted have been increasing, as well as those on the seed areas. It's hard to see on that scale. But we are not proposing taking any oysters from this roughly 280 acre larger area in Nansman Ridge. It's this 20 to 40 acre smaller area that's in question there. And I'll have a next slide here that shows you the seed removal area. This is just a sum of the condition of the upriver, James River seed areas above the Hantong line. Generally, these areas have been, after sort of dipping in the 2018s and 19s after the freshet and increased harvest, have been showing signs of recovery, so they're in good condition as well. This is the area in question that was planted at first in 2017 and again in 2019 and replanted the last 2 years, that seed would be removed from. This is the larger Nansman Ridge area. And as you can see, this is close to our fossil reef shell dredging area, so we can reshell this area at a lower cost than just about any other area in the Commonwealth. So this seed would be transported to areas in the upper Pocomoke Sound, in the upper Rappahannock River. These are areas that we've done this program in the past and it's worked well. And then in the Potomac tributaries, as part of a 3-year harvester rotation area, the Yukon, the Nominee, and the Yacomico were the areas on the initial rotation, and the Yacomico would be due for planting this year. We would likely make this an area, sort of target this area for that James River Hantong seed, as it's one of the areas where that seed could do well as potentially some areas in the upper Rappahannock, whereas the areas in the Pocomoke and the lower Rappahannock that would be planted with seed would likely be better off with that Nansman seed that we mentioned earlier. So those would be the 3 locations. We're almost through seed here. In years past, the Commission has allowed a small amount of seed harvest using dredges, sort of a 2-for-1 return where private individuals could sign up for the amount of seed they'd like to catch in the Great Wacomico and Piankatank, and we're required to plant 2 bushels of shell back. This program generally worked pretty well in years of high recruitment, but After some low recruitment years, we sort of saw those trends go down. Those areas were lightly replenished in subsequent years and have started to recover. It was discussed at ASMAC that potentially now that these areas have recovered, to look at an alternative to allowing that private ground seed harvest, and ASMAC and staff are both supportive of exploring sort of a quota managed seed and or market public oyster harvest season in some of the areas that were normally part of this program. So there are separate sanctuary areas that weren't part of this seed program, and there's areas where we've done the seed program in the past, but at this point we'd like to pass by and offering that as part of the replenishment plan and look at coming up with a use for those as part of a subsequent harvest season, likely starting next year. So that covers our seed plans for the year, and we'll go on to shell planting. Are there any questions on seed before I? Okay. So shell planting, again, as I said before, this is really sort of the bread and butter of the replenishment program. Right now, with the funding we have available of that roughly $2.5 million in replenishment, we're looking to get as much shell planted as we can. That's likely going to be a combination of reef shell or dredge shell, as well as house shell if it's available. Looking at approximately 600 to 800 acres on the bay and tributaries, and then 6.5 to 13 acres on the seaside of the eastern shore. Again, there's a picture of the shell dredge in action there. Again, that chart that shows the why we're doing this, to try to get as many areas as we can above this 10-liter threshold. And you may recall that in years past, these numbers have been a lot higher. So in the years past, we've had thousands of acres that are sort of below that 5-liter threshold. Right now, sort of the priority areas, if you don't include some traditionally patchy areas in the upper James River, we're at 366 acres. And then in that less than 10 liters of shell, we're really at 1,500 or more acres. But the areas that we're looking at in terms of priority for shell are probably going to be roughly 653 acres. So these are the areas that are the furthest down on that less than 10 liters list, or were recently open to harvest as part of our harvest rotational strategy. And we likely have funding and are able to do those areas. So those are going to be our priority areas, and there's a that's one of your attachments as well as sort of a list of those priority areas. Again, we're going to focus on areas that were open to harvest. So what you're seeing in yellow are the areas open to harvest. The blue is public grounds. So this is the areas that were open in 2021 and 2022, so the current harvest season that we're wrapping up here shortly. We're looking at approximately 91 acres in the Tangier and Pocomoke Sound area, focusing on the areas that received the sort of heaviest effort this year. So that would primarily be Johnson's Rock in Pocomoke proper, Onancock Rock, Marshall's, Bird, and an additional area called Island Rock that we're working on sort of identifying the ideal polygon for, with advice from the advisory committee on where that is. So those would be the approximately 91 acres scheduled for shell planting in the Pocomoke and Tangier Sounds. Great Wacomico, again, the areas that were open to harvest this year, as well as the Blackberry Hangs area in the bay proper, approximately 42 acres. The Rappahannock River, the Temples Bay and Parrot Island areas, rotations areas 3 and 5, would be part of our focus there, as well as areas upriver. This area here, Manaskin Bluff, is a new area that we'll be able to replenish this year that supported a lot of boats. It was an older shell plant, but hasn't seen any replenishment effort in a while, as well as some areas further downriver there. The decision at SMAC was to not replenish areas that were open to harvest in Mobjack Bay this year. These areas are currently open to harvest this month. There has been some concerns expressed at SMAC that we weren't getting a return on these areas. We shell these areas, they get a high spat set, and then those oysters generally wouldn't come to market. So as part of last year's plan, we actually moved some of the oysters from these areas because they weren't reaching that market size to areas in the York River, and then this area was open to harvest this year. So out of concern that that trend could continue where we're not getting a return on the shell being planted here, SMAC recommended these areas not be replenished this year. It is one of those things that we do have limited resource, and we do want to, in terms of the amount of shell and the amount of funding that we have, and that was the committee's decision to sort of put these shells in areas that they would likely have the most benefit, and they did not feel that Mobjack was one of these areas. In the James River, again, up to 100 acres there. In the above river area, primarily the lower Brown Shoals area would see some replenishment effort. A lot of these other areas in Upper Thomas, Lower Thomas, and other hand scrape areas in the lower James Rivers are in pretty good condition on the higher end of that 10-liter threshold. And this is an area that's relatively deep and we can replenish at a lower cost and has had a significant amount of harvest effort, both last year as it wasn't closed during that spill in the lower area, and this year it's had a significant amount of boats and is one of the areas most in need. And then again, focusing some of our replenishment effort on this area that we'll be removing seed from as part of this plan this year. So the Nansman Ridge area and lower Brown Shoal would be the focus in the James River. So that's the rundown on the shell portion of our program. And now we move on in your packet to the alternative substrate. So there's some big numbers floating around in here. Rocks tend to be a little bit more expensive than shells. It's one of those things that we do see that price creep up with shells, but we're also seeing that with rocks. But they are a little bit more permanent than shells. They don't dissolve quite as quickly, and if planted on firmer, harder substrate, can last a little bit longer. So primarily restoration, so up to 200 acres of areas will be planted at 250 to 1,000 tons per acre. So that's roughly 1.5 inches in height to up to 6 inches volumetrically of stone. The costs vary depending on where you're going, how far you're transporting, what type of stone you're using, whether it's stone that could be sprayed off a barge or larger size substrate that requires cranes to be mobilized. So that cost can vary significantly. And again, this is a low end estimate, but the majority of the capital funds as well as some grant and restoration funds are going to be put towards this alternative substrate. We do have some areas that are permitted for replenishment. So we've done some smaller size substrate plantings and harvest areas in the Rappahannock, and I've seen some success with these. So if, for example, something were to happen with our shell planting program, we'd like to have some of these areas permitted and be able to expand into those and at least complete a portion of the program that we'd normally be doing with shell with stone. So we have some areas that are permitted, and if needed, we can switch to stone in these areas. But again, not all areas are as suitable for stone planting as they may be for shell. If the bottom's softer or muddier, and the stone won't necessarily stay on top as well. The largest projects this year are going to be going on as part of that 2014 Bay Agreement for large-scale restoration in the York River. So approximately 150 acres in these areas is going to be planted with stone, focusing on these areas here, and the Wormley's Creek area here across the river are going to be the primary focus of that deployment. And again, we already have permits in place, and included this in last year's replenishment plan, but permits in place for up to 12 inches of substrate in these areas. Folks would like more information on the Chesapeake Bay program's oyster restoration, there's a quick link for you. But the York River is going to be the primary focus this year towards that. We're also going to seek permit authorization. We still have to permit our projects through Army Corps and others, not necessarily through VMRC if the commission approves, but look at some alternative substrates in non-harvest areas in the Mobjack Bay area. This is a current focus for restoration is the Middle Peninsula area, and Mobjack Bay is a likely candidate where we'd like to get some permits in place to continue that restoration work here. Again, these are the harvest areas, but the alternative substrate planting will likely be on the public ground lower down and potentially in some of the near shore areas as well. In the James River, we're looking at permitting some areas in the Rectal Oyster Sanctuary for alternative substrate. So there's a funding opportunity that's available specifically, again, for restoration, where we could do some mitigation for some of the issues we've seen there and use alternative substrate, maybe some larger size substrate that would be a little bit more harvest resistant. So we're looking at getting that authorized this go around and likely pursue some funding that may come into place this year, but likely a project wouldn't get underway until next calendar year. But we want to have that in place. And there are some additional leftover funds and funding opportunities for oyster restoration work, again, using alternative substrate in the Elizabeth River area. So we'll likely get permit authorization and submit permits for work there. And that's the 2022 Oyster Restoration and Replenishment Plan. Again, we typically vote on the plan and then on the procurement procedures, I think, is what we've done in the past, but the staff recommendation is to approve the 2022 Oyster Restoration and Replenishment Plan as presented and modified by ASMAC, and it was also unanimously approved by ASMAC. Staff is supportive of the ASMAC recommended changes to the ORP and recommends approval of this plan as well as the associated procurement procedures. And I began to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Andrew. Any questions for Andrew?
Which part about
Mr. France?
the developer being able to get seed come up?
That's a decision that the commissioner can make at any point
Okay.
in terms of out-of-state seed transport. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Andrew, given that we're expecting a vote today, I think I want to make it available to the public for any comments or questions as well. Is that okay, Kelsey?
Yeah, absolutely.
Any questions, comments, support, protest, anything from the public? Okay, hearing none. The Shellfish Division's request for approval of the 2022 Oyster Replenishment and Restoration Plan as submitted today is up for approval. Do I hear a motion for approval?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Mr. Tankard, seconded by Mr. Zedron. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimously approved. Thank you, Andrew. Abstain. Oh, sorry, Mr. Ballard abstained, so 6-0 to 1. All right, now we have item 14, request for an emergency amendment.
Well, I think we still need action on the procurement procedures as well. That would be a separate, it's part of this plan, but we need a specific motion to have those procurement procedures approved as well.
How is that separate from what was presented as the overall plan?
Well, we can take it all together, but I think the motion was to approve that plan. But if the motion is to approve everything here, then we're fine doing
So I
that.
understood my motion.
Okay.
Okay, yeah,
All right.
I think you're good. I think
All
we're
right.
good.
Good deal.
Item 14, the request for an emergency amendment to extend the patent tong season until March 15th in the Deep Rock area of Chesapeake Bay.
Okay, I'm what's stopping y'all from getting back home, so we'll get through this fairly quickly, hopefully. We did receive a request at the recent SBAC meeting. Hang on just one second. We did receive a request at the SMAC meeting, SMAC committee meeting to extend the public oyster harvest season on Deep Rock area for patent tongs. That season is to end at the end of this month, and that was the season that was set back when the season was set last year. So any request to extend the season, which the request was until March 15th of this year, any such request would require an emergency regulatory action by the commission under the current regulation that governs the seasons, which is 4 VAC 2720. So a little bit of background on this, so you know what you're doing here. Prior to October 1st of each year, the commission does set the seasons through this regulation I just mentioned, which is titled pertaining to restrictions on oyster harvest. In the areas of public oyster harvest seasons and oyster resource conservation measures are all covered by this regulation. If they wish to be different than those established in the code, which is 28.2506, the commission has no requirement to change the season established by the code, but may do so based on the subsequent section of the code, 28.2507, with the contingency that any such change would be, quote, in order to protect or promote the growth of oysters. Any changes to the season established in code should take this account into requirement. So currently, the law says that the season closes by March 1st. but 507 gives the commission the latitude to open and close seasons. So at SMAC, this issue was raised about extending this, and staff said, well, we normally don't recommend extending past March 1st because the law says we can't. So there was a question on whether that was really, we were restricted by the code in that manner. We have in the past extended seasons through the regulation beyond the established date in the code. When the current harvest season was established for this year, staff took the position that the Patentong season could not be extended because of the code section. At SMAC, when this was questioned, they did ask us to seek legal consultation to determine if the commission does have the authority to go beyond the March 1st date that's in 506. If that was deemed to be true, then they further requested a specific extension of Deep Rock area for patentonging through March the 15th of this year. We did consult with our legal counsel, and staff is now of the opinion that the commission does have the authority to extend the season or open and close any area at any time to public harvest outside the season established in 506, if the intent follows 507, which is to protect or to promote the growth of oysters. So based on this, staff's recommendation is that we do believe that extending this season will not likely do irreparable harm or significant damage to the oyster resource in the area. However, we also believe such an extension is unlikely to either protect or promote the growth of oysters, as it appears the primary intent of the season extension is simply for harvest of oysters from the area. As such, staff defers to the full commission regarding whether such an extension does satisfy the requirements established by 28.2507, which does state to protect or promote the growth of oysters. So that's our recommendation. I know there's at least one speaker here to speak on this subject that may elaborate a little further on the rationale for extending the season.
Thank you, Mr. Stagg. Any questions from the commission? Ben, how did you all reach the conclusion or the comment where it says it's not likely to do irreparable or significant harm to the oyster resource in the area in question?
Well, this area has seen a good harvest so far this year. We do know the harvest was down some this whole season because of COVID and a market. The market was just not really good. The market is better now, and the harvest here has been pretty consistent. And as you saw that graph earlier from Andrew, this area does have quite a bit of good-sized market oysters on it. So we don't think extending it 2 more weeks would throw anything out of balance as far as this particular area, and that's why we take that stand.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone here in favor of extending the season that would like to speak? Yes, sir. Please come forward. State your name and raise your hand.
J.C. Hudgens. I've
Oh,
been
you were
sworn in.
sworn earlier? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the commission and the commission board. My name is J.C. Hudgens, and I'm a commercial waterman from Matthews, and I work in the public oyster fishery, Patentong oyster fishery at the Deep Rock area. So I'm very familiar with this area. Today I'm here to speak for industry and the Virginia Watermen's Association in favor of granting us a 2-week extension. This extension would require actually be about 11 days of oystering, with about 7 days available other than the weekends and the weather. Weather is a huge factor in the Deep Rock area, not so much in the Rappahannock where you're sheltered somewhat in the river. Deep Rock is a different animal, and it really takes a lot more effort to oyster in this particular area. One reason we're asking for the extension is Deep Rock did not get worked very little bit last year, and I've been there since January 1st of this year. I've worked 2 months there has been 3 boats working on the Deep Rock area. So this area has not received any pressure whatsoever comparable to the area 1 in the Rappahannock River. So for the way I see it, for the health of the rock and for the ability to be able to promote more oyster growth there, what you got to understand is Deep Rock is a little different area than anywhere else that we have an oyster fishery. It's in the Chesapeake Bay. It's a fossilized iron bottom, mud gaps in between. And what happens if you don't work there, what happens, the sediment out of the Piankatank River and the Rappahannock River deposit on the oysters here at Deep Rock. So what you see when these oysters, when they come up, they're covered in a mud silt. And eventually, if these oysters are not turned over, these oysters are going to die. And we had I think, what was it, Andrew, about 3 years ago, we had a significant loss there, which was part attributable to that and also to low oxygen content. Would you agree with that, Andrew? Yeah.
At least low oxygen.
Yep. Yeah. And you have seen the mud, the silting down on some of the oysters too. So I think that really is something that we need to do to be able to promote the rock. It's certainly market is good now. I mean, industry would tell you we're not getting any more oysters after March 1st out of the Rappahannock River. So this is an opportune time to increase our output. I'm sure a lot of you are well aware that the oyster fishery is the most important fishery from an economic value and a money value to the state of Virginia. It's even higher than the menhaden fishery. So this is a very important fishery. We need to continue it into March, hopefully next year, with some changes in the legislation that this will be legal. And I'm asking this year to extend this to March the 15th. The watermen need to work. If you are a waterman after March 1st and you've been participating in the oyster fishery, well, the next fishery we have is the crab pot fishery, which starts March 17th. And that is weather dependent in the area in which you work in, whether you're up the bay or down the bay. So this is a very slow time for the Virginia watermen. This will put more watermen back to work, which is me being the president of the Virginia Watermen's Association. Everybody knows I'm a big proponent of keeping the Virginia watermen working. This is going to be a very low response. We're probably talking 20 boats maybe. Right now it's 3 on Deep Rock, and we have an area called Beverly's, which is it's still in the Deep Rock area, but it's up towards Stingray Point Light. It's about 15 boats working there, Andrew. Yep. So you have those 2 areas. Nobody's even came down to the Deep Rock area. It's kind of the last area that people come to because it's very difficult to catch oysters there. The bottom is very hard. It's fossilized iron, and so it takes quite a bit of work to get your tongs in the bottom. So that's kind of all I have. I appreciate your consideration as an emergency regulation to be able to extend this season for us to March the 15th. I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Hudgens. Mr. Zedrock.
Mm-hmm.
By doing this, don't you kind of favor a few people as opposed to the whole industry?
Well, it does, but this particular rock is a rock that needs to be worked. I mean, everybody knows it's just like a garden. You have to till your garden to keep your weeds out of your garden, so to speak. So I kind of use that analogy. The problem with Deep Rock, if it doesn't get worked, what happens with a lot of rocks, the oysters become collected into like a head of romaine lettuce. If you would look at a head of romaine lettuce, they get into a snappy mode. They get long because the oysters are trying to feed, so they're actually extending their length. They don't get fat, they don't get out. And when you catch a clump of these oysters, it might be 6 or 8 oysters that are bigger than 3 inches, but some are less than 3. And the oysters, you always see 2 or 3 dead oysters in a clump of these oysters. And that's because oysters compete for food. the strongest will survive. They're not dumb. They're animals, and they know what they're doing when it comes to getting food. So that's something that really a lot of people don't understand.
Mr. France and then Mr.
Yeah, JC, we hear that the advantage would be, working the bar would be to get the oysters up out of the sediment. If you leave them 2 years, there's a good chance that they could die from sedimentation. Also, by taking these snappy clumps up, busting them up, you're looking at a much better product next year than you are this year. Is that true?
That's true. That's true. The snaps aren't marketable. Most of the industry buyers do not want snaps. Sometimes they get a little mixture because you do see it in different areas of the oyster rock. It's not favorable because when you stick your knife in, try to shuck the oyster, it breaks the shell in half because it's long. If you separate it and work it, the oyster has a tendency to promote side growth and get more cuppy, is what I call it. So that is an important part of it. If you don't work those particular areas that have those, then you're not going to improve the oyster fishery at all. This would be to me, would be a huge improvement to the rock.
Follow-up.
Mr. France.
Yeah, so if you don't work this rock and these oysters remain snappy, then next year could even be worse on this spot. And give us your take of, I guess, why is the market better in March now? Why can we sell these oysters in March?
Well, the main reason is because the Rappahannock River is so damn good. It's, due to the efforts here of the Shellfish Division, Area 1 is phenomenal. We've been doing it, patent tonging it for 3 years now, October 1st until March 1st, and it's just phenomenal. We go in there at the end of a season, and the ground is just as good then as it was when we started. So that really has a huge impact. The buyers and the industry, if they can go upriver and work Area 7 or Area 8, which has a nice, pretty cup oyster, very fat, much more fatter than the earlier part of the years than what Deep Rock is, that's what the buyers want. That's what the people that are actually buying the oysters. So now we're not getting any oysters out of the Rappahannock River. As of Monday would be the last day. So the Rappahannock, the Deep Rock oyster is what's left and what is available. And they're not poor by no means, but they don't shuck as good as they do up the river.
And to Mr. Zedron's question, this is a patent tong only area.
It is.
And anyone that has a user fee in Virginia can participate in this fishery.
If they go buy a patent tong license. And if the boat is equipped for it. It takes a big boat. You see a few Carolina skiffs out there, but you can't work in the bay in that type of a boat. You have to have a 35 to a 45-foot boat to be able to work the patent tong fishery there. So it's a limited fishery. Expect, and I think Andrew would say too, we expect very little pressure there, additional pressure. Like I say, with 7, 8 days maybe possible working, we're just not going to hurt the rock. We're going to help the rock.
Mr. Tankard.
You mentioned the patent tong. Mr. Hudgens, can you remind me of how that works again? In my mind, I can't conjure up.
What was that again?
What a patent tong, how it works.
Well,
I can show a picture.
okay, I think you got a picture.
I don't know if you can quite see that, but there's a.
Yeah, can you get rid of that?
Yeah.
There we go. That's good. That's great. Guess y'all can see it. This you can have a left-hand rig or a right-hand rig. Most everybody, except the Gwynns Islanders, are predominantly use the left-hand rig. It's just a matter of preference whether you're left-handed or right-handed. And you can see the tongs. If you're familiar with the power tongs that the Shellfish Division uses in the annual survey, well, that's a mechanical hydraulic bridge. We are limited to 100 pounds of weight. The tongs cannot weigh over 100 pounds. And they are mechanically pulled hydraulically, but they're set by a trigger. So the tongs go down, open, and when they hit the bottom, the weight releases the trigger. And when you pull the line up, the tongs go together. So they They can be, I don't think it's any law on the actual width of tongues, but it is 100 pounds. And 100 pounds is a big difference in deep rock because they are very difficult to get in the bottom because it being so irony. I catch clumps of iron all the time. And most of the time, that's why the oysters are. They're around the iron bottom.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Hudgens.
Okay, thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Any other members of the public in favor of the request? In favor. Anybody in opposition to the request to extend the season? Just want to check with Virginia Institute of Marine Science. Anyone have any comments or questions on the issues?
I wasn't here to be sworn in.
Mark Luckenbach. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Luckenbach.
The Virginia Institute of Marine Science is supportive of staff recommendation. We agree that this would not be a level of effort that we think would have a negative impact on the resource.
Any questions for Dr. Luckenbach? Mr. Tankard.
And tell me why you don't think there would be any negative effect on the resource here at this location.
Right, well, it's not heavily fished, and we don't think it will be. And the number, they're just not going to pull enough off given the amount of resource that's there. I mean, in essence, we're looking at the same numbers that staff is looking at. We collect those numbers together. There's a lot out there. It's had very little pressure. They're not going to get a lot of fishing days out of that. And we just simply don't think that's enough, given the volume of shell and the market oysters that are out there, to drop it below the thresholds that we're looking at.
Thank you, Dr. Luckenbach. Anything else, Ben?
That's the graph of Deep Rock area, if you want to know the resource. So it looks pretty good if you look at that 2021 number. Let's see how big the market bar is. So there's quite a bit of resource on there. That's why we're saying we don't think another 2 weeks would have any, it would be negligible, any impact to the resource. It's in real good shape. Deep Rock's in real good shape.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Zedron.
The one thing that is concerned, if we do it for these guys, the other guys are going to say the same thing. The other ways of oyster. I mean, how do you say okay for these guys and not okay for the rest of the fleet?
Well, I think from the testimony you've heard is that this is the, I don't want to call it the rock of last resort, but a lot of boats don't want to work this rock because, one, it is harder to work. You're out in the open bay, so the days you can work out there are limited by weather. It is a little different bottom, so it's harder to work. You need a larger boat to handle it. So I think this is enough a unique sort of circumstance that it's enough to say that we're pretty confident it won't harm the rock. And when you factor in everything industry's told you about what's happened this year, whether it's attributed to COVID or just the market or the fact that they were really getting good oysters out of the Rappahannock, so that's where the buyers wanted them from. I think you combine all those together, there's an argument to be made here of extending the season for a minimal amount of time.
Why would, next week, somebody from the Rappahannock comes here and says, hey, the market's great now, it was terrible, 2 months ago, so let us have a couple more weeks.
Well, it could happen, but one thing, it wouldn't be on another commission agenda for another month, so there's no way we're going to open anything past the 1st of March now, besides what you do today.
Thank you, Ben. Okay, we have the request to extend the season until March 15th in the Deep Rock area. Do we have a motion to approve?
Yeah, I would make a motion that we approve this to open it up till March the 15th. And the only other thing I have to say is SMAC went over this thing for quite some time, and it was a 100% support of it.
Okay, motion made by Mr. France. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Tankard. Any discussion?
I'll make one note. I mean, I agree with Mr. Zedrin. Sometimes we set a season, I think it's best to stick with it, to be honest with you, and that we can, if we get varying from these seasons, maybe it becomes standard operating procedure just to kind of use our rules as guidelines, not really rules. But this seems to me this has merit in that Mr. Hudgens' testimony is, I think, convincing to me. And Vim's also notes that very little pressure, the resource is strong there, and we don't think we're going to do any harm there. So thus, I can support the motion.
And just to clarify, you seconded the motion. Any further discussion? I will make a brief comment that I also attended the SMAC meeting, and it was very educational and enlightening. So I agree somewhat with Mr. France, and I do think this issue is slightly different than the James River issue we had about a month ago. There were some additional concerns with that project or that proposal. I think this is a little bit different, so I'll be supporting the motion as well. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposition? Unanimously abstained by Mr. Ballard. Season's extended, 6-0 to 1. Anything else? Anything else? Thank you to all the staff today. Appreciate your attendance. We will be adjourned until next month. Thank you.